Hi. Hi. Yeah, so art stream. Kids are back at school, so school holidays are over, and I thought I would try to cobble together some sort of schedule. So if you are watching on Twitch, there is a schedule page on my channel, as you would know, which I've now updated. So the plan at the moment is to do it around this time on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays New Zealand time. So if you click on the schedule tab, it'll convert that into your local time. But yeah, it'll be around this time for however long the stream goes for, I guess. So anyway, hi. Hope you all had a good day, a good weekend, etc. Just going to do some drawing and chilling and chatting and stuff. If you're lurking while you're working, or you're just lurking in general, then thanks for joining. And if you are up for a chat, jump in. I will try and keep my eyes on the YouTube chat. I'm also streaming it to my Facebook page for well, just to see how that goes. So if you are watching on Facebook, hello. Definitely jump in the chat. Let me know it's working. YouTube, as I say, I'll try and keep my eyes on it. It is to my side. Twitch, if you are on Twitch, I've got that right in front of me, so I'm going to try and keep as up to date as possible. And I will try to remember to talk to myself until some people are in the chat. So there you go. I do have this handy book I found, full of trivia. So I might throw out the odd little factoid. Let's just choose a random page. A pigeon can't lay an egg unless she sees another pigeon. If another pigeon isn't available, her own reflection in a mirror will do. See, I didn't know that. I bet you didn't know that either. Now you do. See, it's drawing and learning. So, yeah, so I haven't seen Superman yet. The plan is to go tomorrow, my time. So I'm going to do that while everyone else is at work. So it won't be a packed cinema as well, because I can't stand people in the cinema who don't respect cinema etiquette. So it's good to go while everyone else is at work. And I'm going to finally see Superman. I posted a couple of super pics. We did on the last stream. We were working on this bad boy. If it's is it not working? Why is it not working? Hang on a minute. We need to reconnect. Well, that's not a good start. Hang on a minute. Oh, now it was going to. Is there a bit of a delay? Right, I'm just reconnecting. All fun things. There we go. Right, so this is what we were working on the last stream. I changed it a bit. I took out the foreground characters. I wasn't really digging them. They weren't. I don't know, it just wasn't working. So I took them out, cropped it up a little bit. But overall, quite happy with how it came out. As anyone who watches the stream knows, this is pretty much my dream project if I got to do an all-ages graphic novel for DC. It would be Streaky the Super Cat, and this is my version of him. Or her, is it? I should probably look that up. I have looked that up before, I just can't remember. Somebody will know. So, Streaky the Super Cat. Yeah, in a anthropomorphic animal world. So yeah. Then the next day, I did this guy, which has done quite well on the social medias as of late, especially on Twitter. Twitter's not usually my most active of places in terms of engagement, but this one's done pretty well. And yeah, it's done quite well on Instagram, thankfully. and I thought I was just going to design some other Superman villains in my style, sort of to match this. So me and my pal Punch the Timeline were going to do some fan fiction at one point. He had written up a short script, Superman one, and I was going to draw it. And I did one page, and then this whole new career path opened up for me, where I'm making my own graphic novels. So it got shelved. But I'm thinking I'm going to revisit it, but probably in this style. So I thought, hey, we should do some other bad guys while I'm at it. So I did a couple of my favorites. We've got a General Zod. I've used the Zod emblem from the comics, because I'm not going to use the Snyderverse one. Just, you know, yeah, because no. And Bizarro. So I did a few things. I muted his colors a bit from what Superman is. And I've inverted the yellow and the red on the shield on his chest. And this is the one I'm going to finish up now. Doomsday. Because I figure no matter whether you like my character designs or not, it's got to be better than the one that we got in Superman vs. Batman. Yeah, so I'm going to do this, and then I'm just going to be working on fine-tuning some pages from my graphic novel, because I want to get those all put away so I can get to work on the next part of that, and that'll be the rest of the stream. So this will be the warm-up, and then jump on there. Andre, it is Superman week. Superman and Super Unicorn Princess team up. Actually, you know, I thought about that this morning. Maybe I should put that on the cards. That is not a bad idea, my friend. Thanks for jumping in the chat, by the way. I think we can actually do it on this. Let's do that. Ooh. Yep. So I obviously scaled these down because I was trying to fit more on, but Doomsday is quite big. So probably not exactly to scale, but even at this size, he's taking up a lot of real estate on the page. So I might continue to do more on another stream. I'd like to do a Metallo, a Lex Luthor, obviously. And there was another one that I thought of this morning that I really wanted to do, and it now escapes me. But we'll see. It'll come back to me. So normally I try and keep my stuff very animation friendly, I guess, which this Doomsday isn't really, so I might tweak it as I go. Not that I'm animating it, but you know, it's just sort of the mindset I try to keep. What about Silver Banshee? She is a very underused Superman villain. I was also thinking, what's her name? Is it Livewire? The electric one? I can't remember. Man, everything's escaping me this morning. I do have a thing here. Oh, here we are. So I've got this puppy, which I'm sure there will be a lot of ideas in. We can also, it's quite good to have on my bookshelf here. We can also consult this brick of a book, and that is a heavy book. And a smaller version. Boom, baby. Although I think the Superman one will be the one to go with, because I don't want to accidentally make it not Superman centric, I guess. So yeah, so let's get on with this one. Right, as I say, if you're watching the stream, hi, thank you for tuning in, much appreciated. If you are watching on Facebook, I don't often multi-stream to Facebook, so it'd be nice to know if it's working. So if you are there and watching, please send me a hi in the chat. I believe the chat should be open to public. I didn't want to make it locked to stars or whatever that is. So I've set it to public so everyone should be able to comment. And same as on Twitch, just jump on. I've disabled ads now because I don't think that's really necessary, except for the pre-roll at the start. Otherwise, I don't think we really need those at the moment. So we're just going to chill out and draw and chat. Hey, Dove Designs is on the stream. So I am rocking my comfy, non-affiliated or sponsored hoodie. Boy, this has fixed the heating problems in my office. I could never get the levels of my heater right. This thing has just done the trick. It is fleecy inside. It is the size of a 6XL hoodie. Because they only come in one size. It's basically supposed to be a wearable blanket in the form of a hoodie. Boom, baby. And again, this is not sponsored. This is just amazing. So yeah, it looks massive on me. But they had a sale. Couldn't resist an Avengers one. But yeah, it's the equivalent of a 6XL. It's one size that you can buy. So it's the same size for everyone. And boy, it is comfy. So I'm rocking it because it is a cold, cold grey morning in New Zealand this morning, Monday morning. Kids are back at school finally after 2 weeks of school holidays. And we are now 1 day away from this fella getting to see Superman. Oh, I can't wait. I've avoided spoilers so far. I don't know how. People are being good. People are being better than they usually are with Marvel movies, that's for sure. So, man, I am excited. So there's a good chance you may see more Superman fan art coming once I've seen the movie. Guy Gardner, Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific, etc. Yeah, really looking forward to it. I'll be seeing it by myself, but as I say, it'll be during most people's normal business hours, so it'll be a quiet cinema and it'll be less likely to have those sort of annoying cinema-going people who don't respect the social rules of going to the movies. You know what I mean. And then probably what will happen is after I've seen the movie, I'll skip down to the toy shop because I want all the toys. We'll see. As I say, I'm going to keep up the best I can with the chat. So please forgive me if I'm a bit slow or I missed something like this. Great collection there, thank you. It's quite a big collection, it's just that it often doesn't get dusted off. I put stuff on my shelf and then it sort of just stays there. About to spoil Superman. When Doctor Strange showed up, oh good. Dude, do you know what? I feel like now that James Gunn is doing DC, there is way more likelihood that that sort of thing could actually happen. But how sick would that be? That would be so funny. Even just in like you know when movies used to do blooper reels before there were end credit scenes that were like for the plot, and they just used to put blooper reels. Pixar used to do awesome ones. That would have been awesome. So over here today, it is the 14th of July, which, if I'm not mistaken, means we're 1 month out from the release of Super Unicorn Princess, my debut graphic novel. So it's exciting times. Here in Scribble Squad HQ, but for real, I saw Superman 2 days ago and it was great. That is awesome. He did say it was inevitable. Who said it was inevitable? James Gunn. That's the guy who's going to do it, if anyone's going to do it. Isn't Marvel and DC, yeah, they're doing Batman Deadpool in the comics, right? So they're finally getting back to doing some crossovers. They've sorted out their issues, I guess. So, you know, it could happen. But would it be an actual, like, you know, like, just because it's the example, would it be a Batman Deadpool movie? Or would it be, like, where they just sort of pop in, sort of like in Secret Wars or something? Not in that movie, but something like that. I don't know. It's inevitable. Wow, good. He is the co-CEO. Can you imagine that? Holy moly. If this DC universe that James Gunn is creating actually does well, which I really hope it does, and it looks like Superman's doing very well. It looks like it's pretty much made its production budget back already, but they must have spent a ton on marketing because it's just everywhere. And I know the Snyderverse financially brought in some bucks, but you know, it was kind of bad. So if this one does well, and the real fans embrace it, and then Marvel seems to be getting back on track. Thunderbolts was good. Ironheart, I've got 2 more episodes to watch. Ironheart is good. So anyway, if everything's back on track across both brands, it would be pretty sweet. Because you don't want to do it too early and people are just like, oh, DC needs a lifeline or something. Because I think that people's reactions generally to this new Superman movie are on the very positive side. My train of thought left the station again. Blue Beetle Spider-Man, yes, but Miles Morales or Peter Parker? Oh. Watched a video today about the DCEU and learned that Aquaman is the DCU's high. Yeah. Crazy, eh? I couldn't even get through the first 10 minutes or so. I don't know if you've even seen it, but the origin. I mean the backstory about Nicole Kidman and Temuera Morrison. Probably because of Temuera Morrison, to be honest. I couldn't. So I didn't watch that or the sequel. I did watch both versions of Justice League for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Did you see that clip from Rick and Morty that was going around that had James Gunn and Zack Snyder voicing themselves? That was quite fun. I think Man of Steel, I think I've said this on the stream before, is one of 2 movies that I left the cinema really angry. However, I did keep watching a lot of those movies. Batman vs Superman I watched. The best part about that was it introduced Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman 1 was excellent. Wonder Woman 2 I used to say was excellent, but I've come back saying, maybe it's not. Hey, Facebook chat. Troy, love your work, Mike. Very inspiring. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for joining the chats, too. We don't have to have a split. Look, if you've got a split fan base, everyone should just go and watch the Dawn of the Dead remake from far up 30 years ago. I don't know, when was it? Because Zack Snyder directed that and James Gunn wrote that. And I actually really dug that movie. I haven't seen it for a long time, so at the time I remember really liking that movie. So yeah, just, you know, we can all get along. We can all say that the Snyderverse sucks for the most part, with, you know, the exception of a couple of bright spots, Wonder Woman. But I think, you know, we can also say all of these people who are trashing Superman, and I haven't seen it until tomorrow, but all these people trashing Superman for the wrong reasons clearly don't understand Superman, as everyone keeps saying. So the plan was to simplify this as I went and did the cleanup, but I'm not really doing that. Because I don't really just want it to look like spikes, I want it to look like foam, I guess, which is what it is. Superman has 2 post-credit scenes. Ah, good. Thanks for letting me know that, actually, because now I know to stay. Usually I'm Googling it when the credits come up, like, am I supposed to stay? So yeah, that is very good. Good to know. Have I kept up with the chat? Looks like it. Thanks to Troy. I know the Facebook is streaming properly. That's good too, because if it works and people tune in, I will keep multi-streaming to my Facebook page. If people want it. So man, like my excitement to go and see Superman is just unbelievable. I can't wait. After the stream, I'm going to check the show times. How long is it, by the way? Does anyone know? I mean, it's probably an easily Googleable thing, but I'm sort of in the middle of this, and I haven't actually bothered to check. Because the closest cinema to me to go and watch it at, unfortunately at the moment, not the most comfortable one for long movies. They are upgrading though. They've done a great job so far. But it's, yeah, not ready yet for Superman. So I'm thinking, do I travel further to a more comfortable cinema? Also, I don't want to waste my whole day though. 2 hours and 9 minutes. Oh, that's not so bad. Good. Yeah, everyone's saying it's really like a comic book, like come to life. A friend of mine said it's not like heroes in our world, it's like heroes in a comic book world, and I like that. I think these ones are a little bit more like spikes, I guess. This is the guy who owned Superman, so we should... It was like 30 years ago, can you believe that? 32 years ago or something. 1993 is what it says on the cover. That Superman died. That is insane. Makes me feel old. Very different from how the MCU feels like our world, yeah. Dude, now I feel really old. 1993, that's the year I was born. Oh, dude, come on, don't do that to me. Yeah, man, that's what it says on the cover. It says 1993. It's craziness. But man, that comic holds up. Holy moly. Every page is... It was actually really cool. I don't know if you've actually, like, because I've got the trades as well. The issues leading up to it, every issue, the number of panels on a page would shrink. So by the time you got to the Death of Superman issue, every page was just a splash page. And it was just a massive fight, obviously. And man, it holds up. The art in that is just too good. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, I'm pretty sure it was like, because it was across like all the Superman titles. So Adventures of Superman, Superman, Man of Steel, maybe. I can't remember what they all were. So yeah, like it would have like X amount of panels per page on this issue. Then the next one in the crossover would go down to like say 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then yeah, that last issue was just all splash page, all fight. No bread, no water, just meat. And it was freaking cool, man. I think it was Dan Jurgens who did the art, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be. I could be. Made some mistakes on my unboxing video. The main one being unboxing in the webcam box so people couldn't see the stuff properly. But yeah, certain things I said about certain issues were wrong. But oh well, the VOD disappears after a while. Nobody will ever know. Oh wait, it's probably on YouTube. It doesn't matter. This would be the most unfriendly character design for an animator, man. Right, where else are we? Alright, we are rocking on Facebook. We are rocking on the YouTube. And of course, our home base is Twitch. We are broadcasting all the way from New Zealand on this grey Monday morning, which is why I'm all wrapped up. If I repeat stuff, you'll forgive me. New people come into the stream at certain points. Good news is, I've turned off ads except for the pre-rolls. So you don't have to worry about all that sort of stuff anymore. At this stage, I don't think it is worth the hassle for the viewer to have to put up with those ad breaks. So without spoiling it, are the post-credit scenes driving story to the next movies like the MCU used to do, or are they more like just sort of extra little bits for this movie? You know what I mean? Right. Right. Here. I'm specifically thinking, does it link to... Well, I'm assuming Supergirl is the next movie, if I'm not mistaken. Are there post-credit scenes for that? Alright, so this is not looking too bad. I was a bit worried about doing Doomsday. I think it's alright. It's a bit more to him than the other ones. Is that a problem stylistically, I wonder? We are trying to make it look like it's all in the same sort of realm. Realm, I guess, is the right type thing. Alright. I could have cheaped out and just done Doomsday as he first appeared with just the green coverall costume with the red goggles, but it's no fun. And just a reminder that if you are watching, whether you are comfortable to chat or not, that's not a problem. I enjoy sitting here and drawing with you guys. So even if you're lurking, welcome to the stream. If you do want to have a chat, say hi. And if you don't already, please consider giving my Twitch a follow or my YouTube a subscribe. Or if you're watching on Facebook, you must already be on my page. But if not, hit that like button and be sure to turn on notifications so it can alert you magically whenever I'm going live. If you are on Twitch, as I said earlier in the stream, I've now put a schedule up that I'm going to try and stick to as best as possible. Life happens, of course, but currently I'm aiming for 3 streams a week with my art around about this time of the day or night, depending on where you're watching from. And it will be New Zealand time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which would mean if you're watching from America, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday nights, I guess. And if you're in other parts of the world, whatever this equates to in your local time. If you're on Twitch, in my schedule tab in my channel will actually convert it to your local time, so you know. And you can be ready. And I'll also throw in some impromptu gaming streams, which would be at New Zealand nighttime. But they'll be as is, when is, what's the phrase? I don't know. It'll be when I can. And that at the moment will be Lego Marvel Superheroes. As I work through that, because I haven't gone back on since that first stream. I need to get some more levels done. But if you're just here for the art streams in the chat, then those ones are scheduled at the moment. Now, do I want to give him red eyes? Why, yes, I think I do. Okay, well, that was easy. Don't know if we need to make that a bit lighter. Let's see, we'll just do a few more bones. And we can decide. Should have done it on a different layer. Maybe. Do want it to stand out a bit. But I don't want them to be white. do think that was a better choice. Make that brush a bit smaller, it's causing me some issues. Now, do I do his teeth the same color, being that they're also bone? I'm assuming he doesn't brush. I don't think I want to go full white. That might be the ticket. Alright, then we can go something like this. A bit lighter. Getting into white territory though if we go too much lighter. That might be alright. I'm not going to give him a ponytail or anything. Because, yeah, no. So people seem to dig my take on crypto when I posted my Superman in crypto picture, which is cool. I might have to add him into a few more pictures. In a couple of weeks, I guess, man, my timeline is so flooded on all my social medias, especially Instagram, with awesome Superman fan art from all the awesome artists that I follow. It's crazy. And in a couple of weeks, I'm assuming that's all going to become Fantastic Four. It'll be interesting to see if it has the same sort of like boom amongst all the artists like Superman did. They're not easy to draw, those Fantastic Four. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. It was unintentional rhyming. However, I have got a little picture in the old gallery that I haven't posted yet. I started doing a super kawaii ABC of Marvel superheroes, which I haven't posted any of yet. So I was trying to get ahead of them so I wouldn't stop. So I've done up to F, which was what, 6, I guess. I kind of dig them, but it's a very different style. It's like a super cute. So much eye candy, you'll probably get diabetes. It's not like this style. It's like the super cute, like kawaii style. So I'm sort of like, do I post them or not? I don't know. But yeah, maybe. Maybe. See now, I didn't do any highlights or shadow on those other guys. So this guy needs some, I feel. I might go back and put it on those other guys anyway. So I learned a trick. So I used to just pick a different color or use a multiply or something. But I learned a trick on TikTok that if you, instead of using multiply, use soft light, you can just go black. And well, see, that's not actually dark enough though, because that color is so light. So there goes my trick. Wow, that was really cool, mate. Okay, so for the bones, it works normally. I'll show you on the other things. Let's change this one to multiply. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Just for the bones. Still too light. Bitter. And even if it is a little too dark, that's where we can just play with the opacity of the level anyway, of the layer. Why do I keep saying level? We can tune it down if we need to. Which is cool. Which is cool. Okay. Oh, yep, okay. These warm-up sketches are becoming a bit too time-consuming. So once I'm finished Doomsday, I'm going to just start working on... I'm just going through some graphic novel pages and fine-tuning it before I put them in the finished pages folder of my Google Drive. And I thought it was going to be simply re-inking some stuff just to get a bit more consistency in the lines and stuff. However, as I've gone back to some of the older pages, there's some art I'm not very happy with, so I've been rejigging it as well. Which I guess in a way is good, because normally if I just done the... I'm on multiply. If I had done the pages straight out the gate, which I usually do, then I probably wouldn't have picked up on them, and I would have just they would have just gone through. But so I'm glad I've sort of done it this way. In a way, it's more work, but at least I can go and look at the stuff and go, ooh, that needs a tweak. So it's at a certain point in the process, I will get to a point where I was being a bit more what's the word? I was drawing them to a more finished level by the end, so I don't have to do all of them again, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I'm working my way through them, and as I do them, uploading them to the Google Drive, and then hopefully the majority of them will be sent to my editor tonight. There's a bit of rejigging she wanted me to do story-wise. I can't quite figure it out yet. So I'm going to leave it and move on to the next story and come back to it later. But that'll be for Super Unicorn Princess Volume 2, which will be out next year. And there's, of course, the sequel to Super Unicorn Princess 1, which is out in 1 month from now. Wherever you get your books. Oh, I forgot his spawn on that side. What? Okay. You can't just have one, that'd look weird. So we'll have to go back and put it in. Oh, I actually think that on my Superman picture, which was this one, with crypto, it got a good amount of engagement on Instagram, and then this morning, he must have been a Snyder Snyderverse fanboy, because all the comments was a middle finger emoji and some other emoji I can't even remember, but he commented it the same thing like 3 times on the post. So yeah, that's a good use of your time. Everyone else was quite positive about it though. As was I. I replied and said, comment so nice, you posted it thrice. Must be in a rhyming mood today. And I said, I appreciate you, man. Because hey, it's still engagement. So, joke's on you, son. So yeah, I'm also looking forward to finally checking out Ballerina, the John Wick spin-off, which I have in my digital movie collection, but I just have not had time to watch it. Hoping it's good. Cheat a little bit. And I recently bought a movie I loved way back in the day when it first came out, and I haven't actually watched it for a long time, which was Shaolin Soccer, by the same guy, Stephen Chow, who directed and made Kung Fu Hustle, which was also good, but back in the day I preferred Shaolin Soccer. And man, I can't wait to pop that back on and give it another watch. Yeah, a soccer movie, or football depending on where you're watching from, but with Kung Fu. Shaolin, guys with their Shaolin powers. But the Apple Store didn't have very much on the Friday sale last week. But I did pick up the box set, the digital box set of the Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider movies. Did I? Yeah, I did. Because I was debating just getting the first one, but then I think they were both on sale anyway. And then I got the 2 animated Addams Family's movies, the recent ones. Don't actually know if I've seen the second one. I saw the first one and I liked it. Should Doomsday have nipples? Does Doomsday have nipples? I don't know. Do I need to find a reference picture? Gosh. I don't know. I think we need that other horn in first though. Let's just cheat. Let's do it on another level. A layer. Urgh. Something like that probably works. Good enough. Bob's your uncle, mate. See? Sometimes it's an easy fix. But now we are back to the nipple problem. Gosh, if you're just tuning in, my goodness. I'll just change that back to normal to get the right color. We'll go back to multiply. And we missed any? Nope. I think so. Just do a quick whip around like this. Oops. Okay. It's not too bad. Let's just try it. Oh, I'm torn. I don't know. It's like George Clooney's Batman suit. What do you do? Anyway, right now we're going to do the thing I wanted to do originally, which was the soft light. I've just gone past. Here we go. In this way, you don't have to swap colors for your shadows when you go between everything. Because it'll just work like this. See, it does it? It's a bit darker than I probably would have gone normally, but it's all good. And you can just, you know, don't actually have to keep stopping. I'm so used to stopping when the new color comes and swapping. This works a lot better. Oops. The grey I'm sold on. The green I'm not quite sure about. It's probably okay. Radio. Aha, see, that's where the cheating doesn't help. But we can fix that. Oh, we did miss some bones. Let's just do them. Like that. Oh, where did that line come from? Maybe it was... Maybe it was here that I forgot to draw. Yeah, that's alright. And the 11th of July came around. I was very happy because that meant Superman unlocked in Fortnite. And so I stayed up very late. And I leveled up XP farming, but still. Only to find that once I unlocked everything, it's bugged. And so, none of it is in my locker in Fortnite. This has happened to a lot of people apparently. But Epic Games has been on holiday. They are back tomorrow. You best fix it straight away, because man, that annoyed me terribly. I wanted to be Superman, man. So the upshot is I've unlocked all the Superman Battle Pass, and I have the pen and ink version and everything. Once it unlocks. Just really want that glider, that Daily Planet glider. It looks so good. Right, now the good thing about the soft light trick instead of multiplying is you can also then turn it to white and you can do your highlights if that's something you do want to do. So you can do it all on, I've got to fix that other bit up. You can do it all on the one same layer, just using black and white. So pretty good. Gonna have to cheat a little bit since I cheated earlier and I need to fix my cheat. Okay. 20% Apple Pencil left. What? Right, that might mean it's time for a quick stretch break, and also maybe another random factoid from the big book of facts I brought for my kids, but I'm now using on my stream. So I will do that in a sec. Now I'm gonna don't like this so much, so because it's just not dark enough. So I'm going to just do it myself. Alright, he looks like Doomsday. I think we've done bad. What other supervillains from Superman need to be drawn, is the question. Not on today's stream, but in general. Oops. Lex Luthor, obviously. We had who did we have before? Silver Banshee, I think was thrown around. I'm not hating that Doomsday, so I think we're good. Do a separate layout. Because that was a bit dark and I don't like it. So I'm still gonna do the soft light. But then we'll drop the opacity a bit. See how we're looking. And do the other way for scan because it's too light for this to work. And obviously cheated there, so I have to fix that. This is looking rather dark, so I will drop the opacity in a minute. Alright. That's my go-to when I realise I haven't been talking enough. Alright. And I'll use this fella on our normal colour level. Oh, colour layer. Why did I say level? Ooh. Alright. What are you doing, Mike? Well, you're not a colour, Mike. Yoicks, remember to get on the right level. Layer. Golly. I wonder if we can actually get away with... Now on this one maybe something like that. Hey man, all good. I'm probably going to be here. I'll probably be working on the book after this. But may the odds be ever in your favor when you get to Fortnite. I'm jealous. Oh, I forgot to say, I brought a Metallica skin. I came back in the shop and I finally decided to get one of them. They are pretty good. It's probably okay. I'm supposed to be doing these characters as well. Let's just try and keep it a bit more simple. Bottoms and lefts. Bottoms and lefts. I will... Okay, so we can see more of a shadow. Bottoms and lefts. Tried to make him look a bit more generally. General-y? So, you know, gave him like a little military badge. Little stripes on his shoulder there, which would be on this side as well. Had the cape not be draped. No, I draped the cape like that. Maybe it's a bit Star Wars-y. But at least he's a bit general-y. And as I said, I used the Zod logo from the comics. I'm not using the side of this one. Dude. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Alright. Do, do, do. Tidy this up a little bit. Another good reason for using the soft light option instead of the multiply. If you want to find the colors again. Zod. Zoro. What? I don't like that color now. Maybe it's a bit. No one's going to care when I post it online in terms of where I've put it. I mean, I always find mistakes. I post something online, and as soon as it's uploaded, and as soon as someone has liked it or commented on it, I find the mistakes. But no one else seems to care, just me. So, no point, like, stressing over stuff, I guess. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. The people who are liking your art on social media are generally a lot more forgiving than the artists themselves. We are very much our own worst critics. Yet here I am, tweaking little things that wouldn't even be noticed. Alright, so we have 3 Superman villains. If I had Lex Luthor on this page, I would say possibly the Big 4. There are other ones, obviously. Metallo, Parasite, etc. I guess it's all subjective, really, isn't it? Don't get darker than black, unfortunately. So I might do it on this level with a red. So this works, probably won't. First we'll delete. Where do we put it? There it is. Okay. I'm still on eraser. actually wanted to Alright. Alright. Right, we have 3 super baddies. And I think they look good. So now, time to get back onto the pages, I think. So I'll post those up later. Meanwhile, we'll get back to working on this stuff. The stuff that pays the bills. Hopefully. Let's go pen, technical pen 2. Just gonna try something. See if I like it before I commit to it. Whoops. Thinking I probably won't. But you never know. You see, never really sure if I like that or not. It's a tricky one. It is a tricky one. Alright, once again I am streaming, multi-streaming today. We're on Twitch, our home base. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook, on my Facebook page, Cartoons by Mike. If you are on any of them watching, feel free to jump in and say hi in the chat. If you feel up to it, you don't have to. And I'll try and keep up with the chat. That's my job. That's the tricky part. Maybe what it needs is I tend to just try and go simple and then I over complicate it. Maybe. It is a bit more animated now. This was supposed to be a simple re-inking exercise, not so much tweaks, but I looked at this page when I got back to it and I was like, oh, there's so much stuff that's off. Her head shape was wrong, it was too big for her body. I've changed it. This one I'm still in the midst of fixing, but it is looking better now, thankfully. Let's get on the right pen. That would just be counterproductive otherwise. Right. You're very obedient. Haha. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thank you for jumping in. That's good. Welcome. I'm trying to improve my chatting. But sometimes you get to the point of the stream where you've said all you can say to yourself. Which is not helpful to anyone who's jumping in. That wasn't there from the start. What's my usual workflow? Do you first ink the whole page? Yep. No, I usually ink the whole page and then I go through and color it. So what I thought I was going to do with this one, because this is pages from book 2 of my graphic novel series, and I thought to save time, I would change it up a little bit with this book and do sort of looser inking. Then I got a certain amount of the way through and realized that wasn't going to work really, because the whole thing with the design of the book was to give it that sort of 90s animation look. Powerpuff Girls and Johnny Bravo, Dexter's Lab, all that sort of stuff. Fairly Odd Parents as well, I guess, as a later edition. And so it wasn't really working. So now I realize I have to go back to these first few pages and re-ink them to sort of match. So it would have been better if I did this from the start. Silly me for trying something. But yeah, so I thumbnail all the pages while I'm writing because I can't just sit there and write a text script. I like to see the flow. And then once they're all approved and any notes are taken and the pages are modified, I guess, to suit the notes, then I take the thumbnails and blow them up and then ink them, and then I usually go through, I'll ink a page and color the page and then move on to the next page. I think on book one I did a bit of, like, I would ink a whole lot of pages then go back and color. But I also found that I would skip pages I couldn't be bothered doing at the time, and then I'd go back to having a pile of pages I was avoiding. Then you have to do them all. So it's better to do them as they come, I think. That was an overly long answer to your question. The too long didn't read version, or whatever it's called, is yes, I go page by page, inking, then colouring, then moving on to the next page. Hopefully that answered it in a way too roundabout way. Oh, these bits of paper. What was I doing? It's also things like this that the kids reading the book aren't really going to care if I just left it as it was. As much as I like how book one turned out, I feel like when I look back at it, the line weight wasn't as thick as I envisioned it in my head. So I might have gone overboard a bit in book two, but hopefully not. I think overall it looks pretty good. Oh, no problem. The longer the answer, the better. Well, you're in the right channel, my friend. Right channel. Happy to answer any questions that I know the answer to. Yep, that was that whole sentence. Wow. And I'll just cheat a little bit. No, I won't. I'm on the wrong layer. What am I doing? Yep, I am on the wrong layer. Wee. Not to my knowledge. But that'd be good to know. I don't know if it'll work anyway, because I still do put some... You know, it's not like all like a standard... Although this isn't showing that, but... Well, it is pretty standard. Usually I do try and taper stuff off in certain points, but... It's probably a way to... I think you can do that in Photoshop and stuff. Plus then you want stuff like that's in the background to be a thinner line weight and stuff. And generally, well, as you can see, I've got a lot of layers. Sometimes I forget to change layers and I end up drawing some of the background stuff on the same layer as the inks for the foreground stuff. So then that automatic process wouldn't really work. Where's my screen? Oh, look at that, guys. Should have said Ross Graham and Frank Scale, probably not watching anymore. They're over on the YouTube. Thanks for gosh, what does it say? Oh. Liking it? I don't know. Ah, yeah, the good old stroke effects. No, unfortunately, Procreate doesn't have a proper stroke effect. Because, man, that would just be the bee's knees, man. Because in a lot of my recent pictures that I haven't posted yet, I've been using the stroke effect. Yeah, I'll show you in a minute. Gosh darn it. Oops. So I've been using the stroke effect, well, a manual one in Procreate to do stuff like this, which in Photoshop was really easy, and it was one of the things I was annoyed Procreate didn't have when I swapped to Procreate, because I used to use it a lot. So I've been manually doing it. There is another way I've learned on TikTok to do it in Procreate, but I have to revisit that video. So I've been just doing it manually lately. Just sort of for that sticker effect, depending on what I'm drawing. But I feel like for the inks on a page, it wouldn't look right. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes my train of thought leaves the station before my mouth is finished saying the sentence. Right, so this is where we need to do some editing, because her head was completely the wrong shape and size. And when I came back to do the inks, I was like, ugh, that looks bad. So I've modified her. Obviously that is meant there was some destruction in the picture. So while I'm re-inking, I'm going to try and fix it as well. So then you'll never know. Unless you follow my channels and watch these videos. And I'm on the wrong layer again. That one wasn't so bad though. Where will this content be available to buy? Is it going to be print or digital? Print and digital, I guess. So this is book 2. This is book 1. This is coming out in a month. It's coming out in August. Now it is being published in the UK. I'm in New Zealand. It's been published in the UK as its like home base or whatever. So that's where it's coming up first, as well as Australia, New Zealand, and other English language territories that aren't America. And I'm just assuming that's where you're talking from. That's really bad of me. Because a different publisher is going to handle it in America, and they're waiting to release it next year, but then the sequel books should be closer to the UK releases, if that makes sense. So there'll be a longer wait to get the print version in America, but then smaller windows to get the sequels, if that makes sense. is my understanding. Where was I going with that? So I think Amazon America, the Amazon.com, will have a Kindle edition still, just not a print version, but I could be wrong. But outside of America, it's going to be August. Then it will be available in, if I get this in the right order, Greek and Spanish in October in those territories, and Dutch in November, so in the Netherlands and wherever else they handle, probably bits of Belgium and stuff, and Portuguese apparently by the end of the year, but I've yet to receive a release date, because I guess they're busy translating it and stuff, but they have said by the end of the year. And the American publisher has decided to wait, I guess because by the time they bought the rights, they had a full 2025 schedule already. Oh yeah, dude. So I had to wait, which is a shame. Oh no, I don't translate them myself. It's very cool. It's actually one of the things I'm most excited about is getting copies of the foreign language editions, because even though I won't be able to read them, man, they're going to look cool on the shelf. Just seeing like the cover in, especially Greek, because it uses a completely different alphabet than the rest of the ones I listed. The Dutch one is cool because I lived in Holland for a little while, about 5 or 6 years, and it's just kind of cool that was the first foreign language I sold the book in, so that was kind of cool to me. My other book, which comes out in November, and that is in America, which is Chase Speedington, which is the guy up in the right-hand corner of the drawing thing. So I'm making that book with Franco, who has done a lot of comic stuff and a lot of all ages comic stuff, like Tiny Titans probably being the most famous. He did some Billy Batson, The Magic of Shazam, after Mike Kunkel left the book, some Young Justice, and of course he's got all his own books as well. Spot On Adventure, one of my favorites, with Scoot McMahon, etc. So we did that book together. That's coming up from Paper Cuts in America in November. So we co-created that book together, and I drew it and he wrote it. I don't have a copy to show because I don't have my copies yet. I think it's still at the printer, actually. I was a wee bit late with my art on that one. Yeah. You're on the wrong layer. So no, I wish I could translate. Well, no, I don't wish I could translate it myself. Who has time for that? But I'm super pumped to get the copies and see them. I'll be able to read a little bit of the Spanish one, a little bit of the Dutch one, but not enough to actually enjoy the book or whatever. Let's see how we fare with the hair. The Paper Cuts one so far is only going to be in English, because that one we didn't get to keep the foreign rights to. So the publisher is going to organize that. I don't even know the release dates outside of America. I'm assuming the release date of November is for America and Canada. But I'm not sure even when it's coming to New Zealand at this stage. But I know our public library here down the road has a lot of paper cuts books, so I'm hopeful to see it pop up. Oh yeah, I have to assume it's my biggest thing is like, obviously I'm writing it in English, and some of the humor is it works in English because we have words that are the same but mean different things, right? Whereas the majority of other languages are a lot more strict on their rules than English is, and so they have completely different words, and things like puns in the humor wouldn't work the same. So man, credit to people who have to translate these books and figure that out, or figure out a local alternative that would still be funny. So you sort of have to hope for the best. I guess we see whether it becomes popular with the kids in those markets. But yeah, that is a very good point. Because I know for a fact there's a lot of jokes that there's even some jokes that that might work better for an American audience as opposed to a British audience, or vice versa, because of different words we use. Like in New Zealand, we tend to lean more towards the British English because we are the colony. But I have used some pun jokes that sort of were probably more American than British, but it does still be, we still get the joke. I mean, it's not like it's so obscure. But it's sort of things like that that I think about when I try to think about when I'm writing. But I mean, there's a point where you just have to write your story and not worry about that. You've got to hope that the other people know what they're doing. So the humor is going to be the hardest thing, I think, getting the jokes. But again, these people do this for a living, right? Like the publisher that's doing the Dutch one, and the publisher that's doing the, gosh, I'm getting them all mixed up, but they're the same publishers who have done like Dogman and Captain Underpants and things like that, you know. So they've had to translate that stuff. So I'm confident that they know what they're doing. Plus, you probably want locals to translate it because you don't want to have any like sort of faux pas where you've accidentally used the wrong word or the wrong what do you call it, like masculine versus feminine or whatever, and then it changes the meaning of what you've written. That makes sense. So yeah, even though I won't be able to read it, I'm super excited to just see them. And then hopefully we'll get some more markets as well. We can get into Germany. France is a hard one, but it'd be cool to be able to get into that market. To see how it goes. I'm super nervous about it launching next month. I'm not very thick-skinned, so I'll probably have to stay away from reviews. But generally speaking, librarians and kids book reviewers are not overly mean. It's just that whole like I don't like looking at my own stuff generally. When I did my 4-page little story for DC Comics, like I've got that book on my shelf, I never look at it. I know for a fact, and it's not being self-deprecating or whatever, that my 4 pages are the weakest in that book. So I never look at that book. But when I got my copy of Super Unicorn Princess Book 1, I have thumbed through it a few times. And I've pretty much liked it, so I'm pretty happy with it. The design team at the publisher did a really good job. So yeah, I've really liked how it's come out. But now I've put more pressure on myself for book 2. Because the things I did find in book 1 that I wished I had done differently, now I'm sort of trying to implement, I guess. Well, that was like way more information than you asked for. Dun, dun. So I'm just going to try and make sure I'm keeping up with the chat on every streaming thingy. Right, so really he needs to be a bit bigger than he is, but yeah, it's one of those things that I don't think in the grand scheme of things is going to change anyone's perception of the book if he's a little bit smaller in this panel. That's me being pedantic or perfectionist. That's worked out all right. I mean, geez. I take that layer, that layer, that layer. Wow, there's a lot of layers. Wow, why did I do that for? That might be all of them. Kids don't do that at home. Wow, wow, wow. And we'll just tidy it up while everything is there. Where is that one hiding? Some of it's on there. Oh, all of it's on there. Aha. Yeah, it's a bit better. Alright, cool. Yes, normally you wouldn't see me going through and doing this after the colours, I would hope. But I made that decision incorrectly. It was DC, the one that I did the 4 pages for, and it was a random. It was just a little 4-page story about a cat who's got a haunted litter box because it was for a an all ages horror style anthology by Franco called Dead Men Tell the Spooky Tales or Spooky Stories. Where is it? Here it is. Too many books. Oh, jeez. Which is this one. Thought it was going to fall off. No problem. My page. This was like a man. When was this? It was. Oh, only 2022. Really? Man, it seems like so much longer ago than that. I think they even got my name wrong in parts of it. So in the credits in the front, my name is correctly spelt. In the back credits, it is incorrectly spelt. Yay, DC. Shouldn't say that because I would like to work with them again. But that's unfortunate. But yes, it had some really cool artists that I like. And as I say, my 4 pages were definitely the weakest. But it was fun. It was an awesome experience. My editor was really cool. Franco's really cool. And yeah, I think I tried to, because I wasn't drawing real characters. None of the stories have real DC characters except the interludes in between the story. Dead Man is telling the whole, he's like linking the stories together. And then he's telling you these horror stories for kids, all ages ones. See, looking at it now, I wish I'd gone back and like inked it differently and stuff. But yeah, it was fun. I sort of drew Wonder Woman, Superman, and Batman in photos on the wall in the house, so I could technically say I drew Batman in a DC comic. So that was my way of doing that. But again, like, it's so weird because you go back and look at stuff, even though it's only 3 years ago, and your style evolves so much over such a short amount of time. You look at it and go, cringe. I wish I could do that again, sort of thing. So I don't know, I'd probably just never be happy with my stuff. But I would love to, my dream project, I've said it before a lot, I've said it on this stream, if I got to work for DC and do an all-ages graphic novel, my dream project would be to do this guy. So it's my version of Streaky the Super Cat, Supergirl's cat. That would be my dream project, if I could do it. Obviously, I've got a few DC characters that I've drawn on my Instagram, a lot of Marvel characters as well. Marvel, if I got to do, Marvel releases middle grade graphic novels, I think through Scholastic. If I ever got the chance to do one of those, I'd probably want to do like Squirrel Girl or someone like that. But pipe dreams and all of that sort of stuff. If I knew people at DC that I could pitch to, I would be pitching Streaky the Super Cat. Maybe I'll do a fanfic comic and just post it on my social medias one day. As I said earlier as well, me and my friend Punch the Timeline, Jared, we're working on a fanfiction Superman one that he wrote up a I don't know how many pages it was now. I want to say 5, might have been more than that. Of Superman, and I was going to just draw it just for fun. I need to revisit that at some point when I'm not battling my deadlines. Yeah, probably, that's probably about right, about a year. Yeah, it was definitely a long time before it came out. Well, again, it feels like it was. It was only 4 pages. But you know, it was cool, because regardless of how I feel about it, looking at it and stuff, hopefully kids enjoyed it. My story was probably the lightest one in there, I think. And my name is on a DC comic, so can't really complain about that. And that's, not everyone gets that, so got to be thankful. Definitely to Franco for bringing me on board with all those other really good artists that he had, to be part of it. And for DC for accepting me on board as well. Because regardless of what Franco wanted, they still had to approve each artist. So that's kind of, I don't know, affirming that they liked my stuff enough to say yes. I feel like I'm being really down on the whole experience. It was a good experience. Like I said, had an awesome editor. Hardly any notes. I only had to change one thing, I think, and it's something I really didn't think I would have to change. Especially because DC Comics is owned by Warner Brothers, or Warner Brothers Discovery, I guess now. I had on the side of the litter box, in the story, it had the logo, like the Shrek, the Max Shrek logo from Batman Returns, the cat, because my story was about a cat and it was a litter box, so I thought that would be funny, and I got told to change that, and I was like, oh, that's really weird, because aren't you owned by Warner Brothers, so who cares? But you know, it was a small thing, it was a little throwaway joke that a few people would have got a chuckle out of, hopefully, so really not worth fighting about. And that was pretty much my only note. Everything else was pretty much okay. So again, I'm not actually complaining or down on that experience. It was really cool. And I'm very grateful for it. Being able to say something Being able to say you did something for DC is more than enough to be proud of. No, I agree. I mean, like I say, not many people get to say that. Like, especially when you draw in a more all ages style, I guess, and not like a comic book style. So I'm very, very thankful to Franco and DC for letting me do that. It was a nice little flex I had for a little while. And who knows, if my books do well in the kids space that they're coming out in, then who knows, maybe I'll get to do something again for Marvel and DC. But if not, that's also cool because I'm creating my own stuff, and it is getting out to a wide audience as well. The target audience for my books, well, I guess in America it's called middle grade. So I don't know. I have a differing opinion than what my publisher was saying to me, but I think for this book, 7 and up. I mean, I'm hoping there's enough in there that if older people read it, there's still something fun in it for them. 7 to 9, 7 to 10, I guess, is the target demo. I guess technically this book is demoed to girls just because the main character is a girl superhero. But I think I've put enough in there that boys will get something out of it as well. That was my hope anyway. So I hope boys don't just dismiss it because it looks like potentially it's a girls book, I guess. But then I'm countering that anyway, because in November when Chase Speedington comes out, that's definitely boy-centric. So I sort of got the best of both worlds in my debut year, getting to make sort of one each. I think I might, hang on, I might have a picture here. Or did I take it away? Maybe I took it away, but this is not the final cover, but this is Chase Speedington. It's a very rough early version of what the cover ended up being. It's pretty close, but with a better logo and stuff. So yeah, that's coming out from Paper Cuts in November. You can pre-order it now at papercuts.com. Paper Cuts with a Z. There's a link on my Twitch channel. So yeah, that'll be a fun one as well. That was a fun story. It's sort of like, that one's sort of like a kid Indiana Jones. That's what I was going for. Man, I created that character, I think it was something like 13 years ago or something. It was when I lived in Holland, and the first ever picture of him, I found it here. He does not look like this at all anymore. Again, that was 13 years ago or something. I didn't put the year on that one for some reason. When I connected with Franco and we sort of became friends and stuff, and we wanted to work on something together, he was gracious enough to, because we were going to work on one of his creations, and then we had started on it, and then for reasons it fell through. And he was trying to find something else we could work on together, and then he said, do you have any ideas? So I pitched him a few of my of my ideas from my creative ADD folder. And he gravitated towards Chase. And he did so much to flesh out the world. He added some characters. He made some tweaks that were so obvious. I can't believe I hadn't thought of them. He created, he created the story. And he really made something cool. I think together we made something really cool. So hopefully there'll be sequels. Because as I say, it's sort of like an Indiana Jones type thing. He's an adventurer who globetrots. Originally, when I created it, before it was actually going to be a thing, the idea was it was set in World War II era. And he was like this adventurer. And the Nazis were, scouring the world for mystic artifacts, as we've been told they did. He was on a race to find them first, much like Indiana Jones, I guess. But he was a kid. He was British. All of this cool stuff. Things changed over the course of the development. But we kept the core concept. So there's plenty of adventures to be had. So we'll just wait and see what happens. But at the moment I'm so busy with Super Unicorn Princess. I've got to get this book 2 done, and then I've got to get a 3rd book done as well. It's just like, where do you get the time, So it's a tricky one. Sorry, I haven't kept up with the chat. No, I think they said for Super Unicorn Princess, I think they said 6+, but I've got kids who are 7 and 9. I had to think about that. My 7-year-olds, I think maybe some of the writing, I'd question some of the words, like, oh, my Apple Pencil's just said, just give it a minute. That I might not have written it down that low. But yeah, I don't know. I would say 7+, but it's not up to me. I mean, it's a pretty similar market. It's the same sort of general age group you're marketing it to anyway, I guess, right? So yeah, I don't know. What's the time? 1:30. So I'll just let my Apple Pencil charge a minute. So if you have got questions, now's the time. And in the meantime, we'll consult the fact book. Look how big this fact book is. I wrote it for my kids, but they're more into joke books, so I took it. And I thought, if I can't think of anything to chat about, I'm just going to pick random facts. And see, hopefully they're all actually accurate. Giraffes can live without water for longer than camels. Huh, that is interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. A rat can last longer without water than a camel can. See? Interesting stuff you don't learn anywhere else. See? That sparked a whole lot of conversation. Dun, dun. Maybe if you asked anyone on the street what animal can live the longest without water, everybody would say camel. Yet here we are now, wiser, knowing that both a giraffe and a rat can last longer than a camel without water. And those suckers can't even store it. So what exactly is the camel doing? Yeah. Alright, this page is nearly fixed. Let's quickly do this. Oh, I keep taking my Apple Pencil forgetting it's charging. See, it's only at 10%. It's going to give it a minute. It doesn't take long. Yeah, so one of those. Thanks, Apple Pencil. Thanks, Mike, doing too much work. Man. What else? Oh, no. So tomorrow I'm going to go and see Superman. I'm very excited. I think camels can close even their nostrils survive. Yeah. I wonder if that was on the page. I've lost the page now. It did say they have 3 sets of eyelids. 3 sets of eyelids to, I assume, combat the sandstorms as well. Alrighty, so just a quick check-in. If you are watching on Facebook, welcome. Thank you. Drop a comment so I know it's working. And if you're on YouTube, drop a comment, say hi. And otherwise, we're at our home base of Twitch. Streaming live from New Zealand. It was a very grey morning when I started this. My blinds are shut, so I don't know if the weather's improved, but I'm going to assume not. Being that it is winter here. Hence, the overly big Marvel hoodie. Hoodie without an H. Which is just the best purchase I've made in a long time. Easily. You cannot be cold in this thing. As I said, the equivalent of a 6XL hoodie. They only come in one size for adults. And it's like wearing a hoodie made out of a blanket. Some nice fleece stuff inside, and gosh, it's just so comfortable. And I've picked up my Apple Pencil again. Man, you saw Superman last Tuesday. Oh, good. I'm glad you like it too. I'm hearing mostly good things, which is great. Overwhelmingly good things compared to the bad things, because you know who's complaining about the bad things. People you don't need to listen to. So now that my kids are not on school holidays anymore, and Tuesday is cheap day at the cinema, I'm going to toddle on down tomorrow and give it a watch finally. Can't wait. And then the wait will be on for Fantastic Four, which I'm also very excited about. This is so odd because I want to be drawing and I have to wait for this pen to catch up to us. So yeah, I'm super excited to watch Superman. Which is, I like the Guardians movies. I like James Gunn. Here's some Superman villains I did earlier. I did Doomsday on the stream today. And these two I worked on last night. Villains that aren't in the movie, but I wanted to give a go of designing because I'd done this picture of the man himself, the Man of Steel, and his little dog. So I wanted to give some other villains a go. So I need to figure out some more to do. Metallo, Lex Luthor, maybe some girl ones as well would be good practice. Where are we up to? Nearly finished it too. Dude, honestly, when they announced like the top 4 or 2 picks for who was going to be Lois, I was like, it better be Rachel Brosnahan. Like, how can it not be? She looks like Lois Lane. And I loved her in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. And she got cast, and I was so happy, and I'm so glad that that she's good in the movie. I'm sure, of course, she's going to be. She's great. So I'm very happy. And the guy who plays Superman, yeah, like Okay, so I hated the Snyderverse movies for the most part, except for like Wonder Woman. Blue Beetle was pretty fun. Henry Cavill was great in terms of how he looked as Superman. He just had bad movies to work with, unfortunately. So yeah, but the new guy, I'm really looking forward to seeing him. Like all the interviews and all the behind the scenes stuff and all the old clips of him before Superman. Everything just makes me like him. He's a total geek by the look of it. Like, you know, so it's just so cool. Someone who really like is into that stuff being that is really cool. And I know Henry Cavill's into all his gaming and stuff, which is why he did Witcher and he's doing Warhammer or whatever. But it's a reason I can't go and see Superman with my wife, because she's such a Henry Cavill fan. She's not going to accept anyone else. So that is, yeah. But I think he looks great. In the trailers I saw, I don't know that I liked how he looked as Clark. There's that one where he's running into the Daily Planet or something. He's out on the street, and his hair looks it looks just like a really bad wig. But you know, that's a trailer shot, so who knows. I'm super excited to see how they are on screen. And from what I hear, they're good as a like a duo, as a couple, as Lois and Clark. It's always going to be hard to beat Christopher Reeve as Superman. Cool that his son has a cameo in the movie though. Christopher Reeve's son. It's very cool of James Gunn. That's the other thing. James Gunn is a comic book fan. So it's already a helpful thing, right? Are you more of a fan of DC or Marvel? I'm very excited for Fantastic Four. I can't wait. But I need to get through Superman first. Gosh, see, that's a hard one. Like, in terms of the movies, Marvel obviously have a way better track record. And I love almost all of those Marvel movies. When it comes to comics, I probably read more DC, because I read like Batman and Wonder Woman and stuff. But Marvel has Captain America and Spider-Man, Squirrel Girl, and a host of other characters I really love. Kate Bishop, Yelena Belova, and Wanda, Scarlet Witch. So yeah, I don't know. It's in terms of the movies at the moment. It's Marvel. Marvel. Got the light up there. That's my Marvel shelf with all the toys. But I'm not tribalist. Like, if the comics are good and if the movies are good, then they're good. So try not to pick a camp. Especially as a creator who eventually wants to have a book with his name on the spine alongside the word Marvel and DC. So that was a really non-committal answer, eh? Very PC answer. But I don't think anyone can deny that Marvel has played the long game better overall, movie-wise, than DC did, trying to jump in and create something massive out of the gate and failing. Which is why I think now this new Superman is going to be a better start to a better DC movie universe, hopefully. And that's me saying it before I've seen the movie. But from everyone's reactions, well, you know, again, the people worth listening to, it's pointing that way. the fact that it's pretty much made its production budget back already after one weekend is very positive. As I said, its marketing budget must have been massive because it is everywhere. So you've got to make that back. So you probably still got to double your money. But if you've done the first half on your first weekend, you're in a good spot, I would say. You're sure you're not saying DC because you want them to call you again? Haha. I mean, yeah, but no. No, I mean, again, can't be tribalist. Can't. If something's good, something's good. But overall, in terms of movies and the toys on my shelf and everything, it is predominantly Marvel. But the comics I read on a weekly basis when I have time are usually DC because I like Batman and I love Spider-Man and Cap. But their comics aren't always as accessible if you've lapsed. Even though Marvel tries to jumpstart them. I said I'd die on the hill that Wonder Woman 84 was a good movie. Upon reflection, that was not a hill worthy of dying on. Wonder Woman 1 was a great movie. But yeah, I don't know. But I'm also there to say that, Marvel has misstepped a little bit, especially in Phase 5. They really, really screwed the pooch on Ant-Man. First two movies were really cool. That third one was not so good. And The Eternals, yeah, I don't know about that one. Shang-Chi I liked. I liked Black Widow, although again it should have been out before Avengers. But I did like that movie. Just trying to think what else came out in that phase. Was Wakanda Forever a part of that phase? I liked that better than the first Black Panther. In the TV shows, Hawkeye was fantastic. WandaVision was great. Daredevil Born Again, obviously. And Ironheart. So, swings and roundabouts. Thor Love and Thunder was a big mess, especially coming after Ragnarok, which was probably peak of that sub-franchise. There's my hot takes on stuff. Yeah. Once you sort of say that's the end, and then you show it by, spoiler for an old movie, killing off Tony Stark and essentially retiring Cap to the multiverse. That's a lot of people's point where they can be like, man, I've stuck with this for X amount of years. I finally got a jumping off point. That's like the opposite of comics. Comics, you need a jumping on point to get new readers. And I think the MCU, for some people, needed a jumping off point because they felt that you have to see everything and it was getting too much to keep up with, maybe. And that was it. And then a lot of people left. But then it didn't help to retain others who stayed when the movies weren't living up to it. As I say, Black Widow was I think was the first one out the gate. Or was it Shang-Chi? I can't remember. I think it was Black Widow. And I like that movie enough. We got Yelena. And she's one of my favorite MCU characters. And we got Red Guardian and, a version of Taskmaster. But overall, I did like that movie. But it's just unforgivable that they screwed Ant-Man so badly. Because that would have been up there, like, my top MCU sub-franchises would be Captain America, that trilogy. I even like the fourth one. but the Steve Rogers trilogy, the Spider-Man trilogy with Tom Holland, those are, in my opinion, the top two sub franchises in the MCU, consistency wise, quality wise. And then Ant-Man was right there to be the third one. But yeah, screwed the pooch, man. That's a shame. Commanding collectivity, best views are bots. Nice. They definitely should have introduced at least some of the characters before Endgame. Yep, I agree. Again, I wasn't a big fan of Black Panther 1. I understand why it made all the money and it spoke to its core audience and stuff. I just felt that it was a little overhyped. The CG was clunky. It was fine, you know, but it was good. It was, you know, it had the representation and stuff, which was lacking and stuff. But Black Panther 2, I think, was the better movie of those two. And gave us our first look at Ironheart, gave us a version of Namor, although I don't agree with why he's called Namor in that. Like, it's just silliness. But he was cool. Yeah, I like that movie. Gosh, right, okay, I think that page is good enough. Good enough to... Let's upload it. It'll take a minute so that can charge while that's happening. You like Black Panther 2 better than 1? Yep. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was overly long, probably, but it had more stuff I liked in it than I did in Black Panther 1, I guess. The fact you brought Namor in, which they weren't even allowed to use up until basically then. I like Ironheart. I don't care what people say. So it was cool to see her. Yeah, I need to go and rewatch it. It's been a while. Yep, it's one of the better ones. I have to get a list in front of me of what was actually classed as Phase 5 and what came after. Because did No Way Home come out as part of Phase 5? Because obviously that's peak if it did. So okay, so I can see on this page I'm going to need to do some stuff with the robot. Good, less layers. Am I keeping up with the chat? No, I'm not. Yeah, No Way Home has to be peak Phase 5 in that case. Oh, Guardians 3 as well. Oops. I wasn't a big fan of Guardians 2. I really like Guardians 1. Wasn't a massive fan of Guardians 2 because I thought it was too rehashy. Like, it just felt like Guardians 1 again. But then Guardians 3, man. It's good stuff. I'm gonna check where my speech bubbles were before I go changing to... Oops. Just just throw that there and then undo it. Yeah, we're all good. Cool. Just 2 freckles. Interesting. Yeah, actually, I should have said overall. I don't know. I need to watch Guardians 2 again. I think because when I saw it at the movies, I was just like, yeah, I didn't have the same feeling that Guardians 1 gave me. I guess. So I sort of dismissed it after that, I think. But I'm always down to see some Drax and Mantis team up. And I like the cast, man, of those movies, which is why I'm excited about Superman as well. James Gunn knows how to cast his movies. Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner. That was just super cool to me. I always wanted him as my pick for Hal Jordan. And now he gets to be a Green Lantern. Not my favorite Green Lantern, but still. So I'm really happy about that because I love the Rookie as well. And he's such a nice guy. I met him at a Comic-Con a few years ago. And I really regret now because I got him to sign the photo I picked from his pile was from Firefly. And now I really wish I had chosen a Rookie one because I got so into that show. I came to it really late. And then I just loved it. So, oh well, doesn't matter. Now that he's all like in one of the biggest movies of the year, I don't think we're going to get to see him over this way anytime soon. He's such a nice dude, man. TV show, cop TV show. He's like, something happens and is like he's a contractor in some part of America. I can't remember, like, you know, like America, not like New York or LA or whatever. And his life takes a turn. He gets divorced or whatever, and he decides to change his life by becoming a cop, an LAPD cop. So he moves to Los Angeles and becomes like the oldest rookie cop on the force. And that premise alone screams 1 or maybe 2 seasons max out of that concept. But we just finished season 7, and season 8 is on the way because they found ways around it. And Nathan Fillion is just great. And when I went up to his table to get my autograph, and he was like, you know, what's your name? So I'm like, Mike. And he's like, hi Mike, I'm Nathan. And I'm like, yeah, no, we know who you are. He's just such a nice dude, man. Like, so cool. So he will always be on my list of people I want to watch their stuff and support of. I'm pretty sure the last one was 7 and not 8, but 8 is coming. They found ways around that whole base concept of him being the oldest rookie, and like it was cool because in season 1 they were like, oh, we don't want old people coming to be rookies because they'll have these mindsets that can't be molded and blah blah blah. But then, you know, it's that whole story of but my old thinking is actually what's saving the day a lot of the time, and because it's a different way of thinking or whatever. And that concept was cool, but yeah, you can't get 8 seasons out of that. So then they found ways to develop his character that you could keep the title of the show making sense, I guess. You're not really worried about it and just get on with the show. Anyway, I love that show. My two favorite shows that are new, well, I guess they were both this year, but not talking about TV seasons, but this calendar year, were The Pit. What a fantastic show. The one that started off as a sequel to ER, or a remake of ER, before all the legal troubles, so they repackaged it. And it's very clearly ER when you watch it, but such a good show. And the more I delved into the behind the scenes stuff, the more I liked the show even more. The more I liked it even more. Such a good show. So I can't wait for season 2 of that. And Murderbot, which just had its final episode of season 1 last week. I haven't watched the final yet. But man, that was a whole lot of fun, that show. I haven't read the books, but I want to now. So those are my two. I think come the Emmys, whenever that is, The Pit is going to clean up. Noah Wiley's going to grab himself some nominations because he's a producer on it as well, I believe. That whole cast was so good. Bryan Cranston's daughter is one of them. I didn't even know that until after I'd finished the season. Her character's really good too. They're all really good. I'm really sad that one of the cast members isn't returning for season 2, because she was one of my favorites, but such is life. In the format, like making it like ER, but in the format of 24, where every episode is 1 hour of the same day, was really cool for like a medical drama. I keep forgetting he was in Two Guys a Girl in a Pizza Place. Man, I haven't watched that for so long. Yeah, I definitely remember it. I think I've got it on my computer even. Because obviously that's where we all discovered Ryan Reynolds, I guess. And what happened to the other guy? Nathan Fillion did well. Even Trailer Howard, or whatever her name was, the girl, she should have done better. But yeah, I keep forgetting Nathan Fillion's in that, man. Oh, you watched Murderbot? Man, that was such unexpected fun. I got my father-in-law into that show as well. He really dug it. He's already watched the final. He's ahead of me now. But yeah, I definitely need to watch that. And I need to finish Ironheart. I've got 2 episodes left of that. Got to finish Squid Games. I think I've only watched 2 episodes of the new season. So I'm behind on everything at the moment. Didn't help that this weekend alone had like 5 or more big wrestling events, which I'm behind on most of as well. Oh, okay. Yeah, she hasn't been in a lot of stuff. Actually, I think I did see her in screen caps for Monk and stuff. I need to watch Monk properly as well. I only watched it here and there, and I never actually sat down and watched it properly. But what I saw, I really liked. Whoops. This is like the most boring art stream because I'm just re-inking stuff that's already there. But I have to get my work done. So, bear with. We did start out with the warm-up sketch of Doomsday. And there'll be more of that sort of thing to come on the other streams. Again, I'm seeing Superman tomorrow, and then the next stream is scheduled for the day after. So there's a good chance I'll be wanting to draw more Superman stuff anyway. So the ultimate plan would be to get all of these pages done off stream, so that on stream, when I have my streams, I can focus on fan art. Because ultimately what I'd like to do is, if we had enough viewers and followers and all of that cool stuff, would be to just take requests on the stream. Draw what the people want, within reason. There'll be rules and stuff, and even draw other people's characters, just for fun. What am I doing? Should have just left well enough alone. Man. Probably around the 190 mark. Book 1 ended up at 192 pages. And that was without any like extra content in the back, which I'm hoping I can get time to put in book 2. It's probably going to be around the same. It's each book in Super Unicorn Princess has like 3 stories or whatever. I sort of structured it like a cartoon. You know, like Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Lab, they'd have a couple of episodes per episode. So I tried to do that. So each one is around about 60 pages, give or take. So that would obviously be 180 pages, but some of them went a bit long. So it is a lot of pages. Chase Speedington was, or is, 100 and I want to say 28 pages. So I've been doing this full time as my job since March of last year, so a little over a year. And in that time I've written and done all the artwork and lettering and blah 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 of Super Unicorn Princess 1. I've done all the artwork for Chase Speedington Book 1. And I've done what I've done of Book 2 of Super Unicorn Princess. So there's been a lot going on. And considering before this I'd barely done anything even just for fun that made it to 20 pages, is quite the accomplishment, I think, if I do say so. Yeah, it's been a lot of pages. Chase felt like more. I think at one point I was working on a different version of the script, and so I had drawn more pages than I actually had to, because they had been removed in the correct version of the script that I should have been using. So I ended up doing a bit more than I had to, and those pages will never now see the light of day. But yeah, 192 pages is quite a lot, especially when you're doing all of it. On book 2, I think I need to confirm still. I don't think I'm doing the lettering. I did the lettering on book 1 all in Procreate. I did everything. The whole book was made in Procreate. But I think the publisher is going to get me a letter for this book that I'm drawing now. I need to confirm that. Which will save me some time, but I will have to go and edit the transcript that got made for me from my roughs, because I've tweaked a little bit of stuff in my mind. But as it turns out, letters are not mind readers. So also got some rather exciting news about my other comic series I co-created, which was a 4-issue miniseries that came out through Keenspot Comics called Squish and Squash, which I can't actually share yet, but very exciting stuff potentially happening in that space as well. And those comics are available still. 4 issues. All ages comic about a cat and an elephant who are part of the Intergalactic Search and Rescue Squad, and they go on missions to different planets in every issue to help people. It was a fun book, and hopefully there'll be a trade coming out now that we've got all 4 issues done. In this other news that I can't share yet, hopefully prompt a trade paperback version one day. But Niall O'Rourke, who was the writer and co-creator who came up with the original concept, was great to work with and very patient with me. And the talented dude, man. Not only is he like the most what do you call it? The most hustle type of guy. Like, he's the modern day equivalent of a door-to-door salesman when it comes to his projects, except, you know, virtual doors, LinkedIn and social media and stuff. Does whatever he can to push his books, which is great, because I'm the opposite. You know, he's multi-talented, man, because his other book, which has done really well, called The Crying Boy, which is absolutely not an all-ages book. And his new one, I can't remember the name, I think it's The Dead King. No, I could be wrong, so I shouldn't say, but it's out. Well, it's coming out soon. There's another adult audience's book. So he made this really cool idea for an all-ages book, which was totally all-ages, and it was right up my alley, and he approached me to do it, and that was really cool. Allowed me to come on as a co-creator, not just an artist. And then is also able to just turn around and do the more adult-oriented stuff, the horror stuff. And that's a talent, man. It is a talent. I'm behind now. Well, I am behind on the chat, obviously. Although it seems I've answered your question. I didn't even know it was 192 pages, to be honest. Yeah, 27 pages. That is an accomplishment, man. Like I said, I never, even just roughing things out, I barely ever made it to 20 pages. And I was like, man, that's like the minimum for like a standard floppy comic. So I'm never going to do this as a job. You know, I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be sitting here drawing 200-page graphic novels for kids. It was a dream to make books for kids, but I never thought of myself as a writer, I guess. But when I got my agent, she was very much pro me writing. And obviously that's a better sales pitch, right? You've got a writer-artist debut book, or a writer-artist, author-illustrator, rather. Yeah, I don't know. Train of thought left. So in answer to your question, I had envisioned Super Unicorn Princess as being a lot smaller than 190 pages, I can tell you that much. But they wanted to keep it in line with comparable books, I guess, that were out at the time. So they had a number which was, I think I was given two numbers. One was over 200, because it's always in multiples of, I want to say 4 because of how printing works. And I was like, nah, that's not a thing that's realistic. And so then the next drop down was, I think it was like 180 or something. So I sort of leant towards that more, because I didn't think I'd be able to write that much. And I didn't know it was 190 until I saw the listing for the book. So there you go. But no, when we decided on the format being 3 stories per book, we worked it out to be around about 60 pages per story, give or take. So I, when I'm writing, I usually know the start of the story and how I need it to end, and then I've just got to figure out how to get there within that 60 page-ish limit. So yeah, with Chase, I would have known the number of pages had I been using the correct version of the script, and that was completely my fault. Because yeah, Franco writes it all out and he sort of storyboards it, sort of like how I do my scripts, rather than just writing a big block of text. Because he needs to visualize it as well, I guess, to make sure everything's flowing and the jokes are working and stuff. So yeah, when it's someone else writing, yeah, you definitely know what you're getting into, I guess. Man, I give you long answers. No, not at all. I've not written long stories like that before. Like I said, when I got an agent, like my agent found me, and it was because like I hadn't even pictured Super Unicorn Princess as being my project that I would like. I always hoped I could sell something, but I'd sort of given up. I've talked about this before on a different stream, but and there's a clip of it on TikTok and stuff. But I'd basically given up on being doing this as a job, and I was just in my day job. And I thought, wow, that's it. I'm not getting younger either, and it just seems almost impossible to break in, especially without an agent, and it's really hard to get an agent and blah blah blah. But then when Super Unicorn Princess found, well, the person who became my agent, I'd followed her on Twitter and she followed me back. She obviously looked at my stuff. She liked Super Unicorn Princess, and you know, she became my agent, long story short. And I was like, yeah, I hadn't really thought about writing stuff. I was more just in it for drawing. But she was like, no, I think you should. And she'd seen some sample pages that didn't end up being part of the book. And she was like, no, I think you know what you're doing enough. She didn't say enough. She said you should write it. And to be fair, the publisher has been really super supportive and helpful. My editor is amazing. She's so good. On the first book, there were more notes. Well, in the first story of the first book had the most notes. Some of them I pushed back on. Some of them I took on. But it was nothing like super worrying or super against the vision of the character or whatever. And my editor is really good at the notes she makes are helpful and make the book better, I guess, and that's her job, right? But she's really good at that sort of thing. And they are open to listening to my point of view if I don't agree with the note. Gosh. So it's been a good collaborative thing. That's all I meant to say, man. Like, I have a good editor, I have a good agent, like great editor, great agent. I shouldn't undersell it. They're very patient with me. They are they are very supportive of the project. They both very much believe in the project. And they champion it. And they just want to make it better. And, you know, we collab. It's a nice sort of partnership. I'm very thankful for that, because if I make future books, I mean, depending on what I make, if it's a graphic novel in the same space, then my publisher for this book has sort of first right of refusal. But my hope is that future books I do with this publisher, I get to keep the same editor, because I think now, over the course of doing the first book and what we've done of the second book, we sort of know how each other works, which makes for a nicer what do you call it, experience, collaborative experience. And a lot of the suggestions she makes are really good suggestions, and the sort of thing you sit there and think, man, I should have thought of that. And that's a really good idea. And so I'm hoping that when I do other books that are not Super Unicorn Princess, that I get to have her as my editor again, have them as my editor again. So I'm trying to remember to use the correct pronouns as well. Yeah, I lucked out, man. I was very much very blessed. Very, I don't know. I got a great agent who did such awesome work to get this book made, sold, and a great team at my publisher at Simon & Schuster UK. So it's been awesome. Gosh, I just ramble on. Yep, sort of. Nothing gets really heated, because it's actually funny, because when I came on board with this book, this is my book one of this was my debut book, right? And so I sort of sat there going, oh man, they've bought the rights to publish this book, so I have to probably listen to them, because they know what they're doing and they've paid money. So who am I, you know? But it is my book and my creation and my characters and stuff. When I was writing book one, there was a panel I drew. There was like a montage page where Super Unicorn Princess is going around the city and doing good deeds. And there was one panel I drew on that page. And as soon as I drew it, I knew I'm not going to be allowed to keep this panel. And I was right. I probably could have argued it, but I don't think I would have won. Then there was another one where there's a line of dialogue that Super Unicorn Princess says, and I was asked to change it because it sounded too old-fashioned. And I said, but that's what I like. I like kid characters who have an old soul, right? And it was an old-timey saying, granted, but my argument is how can these sayings ever come back into the popular vernacular if we're not putting them in books that kids are reading? And I was sort of like, I didn't really argue it as such, more sort of expressed disappointment. I was like, yeah, I understand why you nixed that panel and wouldn't let me have that. I knew that was going to happen, but I am a little bit sad that I couldn't have that line of dialogue. And the head of children's fiction at the time said, if you made it into like a secondary sort of catchphrase that she uses on and off, that could work. So I said deal, and then I got to keep my line of dialogue, or the little phrase she said. So that was cool. Her main catchphrase almost became a thing because, and I've talked about this on another stream as well, her catchphrase is now shimmering sugar snaps. Originally it was holy sugar snaps, because it was like a callback to the Adam West Batman, or Robin rather. And I was told in my note that while I understand that it's a reference to that like 66 Batman, kids aren't going to get that anyway, which is fair. And they said, and parents, especially in like America and stuff, certain people will have issues with you using anything that is even mildly religious sounding, like using the word holy. And man, I had issues with that statement, because I was like, what kid in any English speaking country doesn't say holy moly? Like a kid is in like a little kid, like my kids say it, holy moly, or holy cow, or holy smokes, or whatever, some sort of variation on that, right? I was like, that's just a load of, I don't accept that at all. And my agent was the same, and we're like, that's, where do you draw the line, man? It's like, but anyway, so my editor suggested, what about, what did she suggest? She suggested something like, shining sugar snaps, maybe it was, or something like that. And I was like, or sparkling sugar snaps or something, and I was like, nah, because I was so like, everything I had drawn was holy sugar snaps. And I was like, nah, it doesn't work. And I was talking about it, and I said to my my daughter, who's just turned 9 yesterday, I said to her, what do you think sounds better of these? Because you're a kid and I can use you as my argument, basically. And she said, what about shimmering? And I said, oh, I actually like that. My editor was like, all geared up like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando to go to bat to keep holy sugar snaps. And I was originally, and then my daughter said shimmering sugar snaps, and I was like, oh, I actually like that. And if I use it, there's like a contribution from my daughter in the book, and not a small one either, because it's her catchphrase. So I went back to my agent and I was like, actually, I kind of like this. And my editor liked it, and it became a thing. So while it was a note I disagreed with at the beginning, it ended up leading to a thing I liked better in the end. Does that make sense? I don't know. Man, again, my answers are so long. Hey, Dove Designed, you're back. How was Fortnite? Did you win? Have they fixed the bug with Superman yet? Because I like to say I grinded for the XP, but I was XP farming on a creator map that gave me lots of XP. but I still stayed up late to do it. And then I unlocked all the Superman Battle Pass, and I have none of the rewards because of the bug. So that's annoying. Anyway, oh, I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm sorry, I just feel like I'm rambling on, but I don't know how much I should actually say because it's sort of the man behind the curtain, inside baseball, all that sort of stuff. But I mean, I don't think it's anything that makes anyone sound bad. It's the process. And like I said, while I disagreed with the note, originally vehemently disagreed with it, it led to something better, in my opinion, and a contribution from my kid in the book, one of my kids, and it, I mean, yeah, that felt like a bigger deal to me because it was her catchphrase. The panel that got next, like I said, I knew it was going to be next as soon as I drew it. I really liked the panel, but I knew it was going to be a non-starter. I just tried to slip it in there. See if I can get away with it. It was not meant to be, and it was an easy fix to do an alternative panel anyway. Which is not as good as the original one, but whatevs. Gotta remember it is a kid's book when all is said and done. Yeah, well, it gets me chatting at least, so. The folks are sweaty in Fortnite tonight. 2 hours. Oh, you got one dub though. All I wanted, like, I've maxed out I've finished all my battle passes. I've got nothing to do until the next season, I guess, which is still some way away. I just want to play as Superman. And they bloody broke it. What am I doing? We're at 77 followers towards our 100 goal. Phantom Rough, how did I miss that? I didn't even see it come up on the thing. Thank you for following. August 7th. Oh, that's not that far away. That's only like 3 weeks away. I thought it was further away than that. I am at level 203. If you want to know that that island just to go an XP farm, I know you like to really play. But you know, it's there. Yeah, as I said, I would never say anything bad. But like, I'm only sharing things that I think are part of the creative process, and like, you know, I think are interesting in terms of how things work and end up and blah blah blah. So, anywho, Dove Designs just subscribed. What? Oh, I'm missing all my. Did my thing come up at least? And was it Joe Hendry from TNA Wrestling? Oh, guts. Okay, what's the timestamp on that? Because I want to go back and watch the VOD. 3.5 hours I've been doing this? Whoa. Hey man, thanks for the sub. It did come up. Ah, man, I've been waiting to see what that one would... I mean, I've seen what it looks like. I made it, but... Darn it. And yeah, to Bantam Rough for following on Twitch, puts us at 77 towards our goal of 100, or Twitch's self-imposed goal of 80. That one I'm much closer to. 3:32 is around the timestamp. Yeah, buddy. Gonna watch that later. Anyway, sorry, what was I talking about? Do you feel you draw better after drawing 100 plus pages? When I made that 27-page comic, I definitely felt it was easier to keep the characters on model. Well, here we go with another long answer. No. Yes and no. I think this goes back to my whole, I don't like looking at my old stuff. because yes, you obviously, the more you draw, by default, you're going to improve, right? Like that, well, it should be how it is. And I sit here going, man, there are like thousands of artists that I follow on Instagram or who follow me who are so much better than me, and I'm in this fortunate position of being able to do this as my job and make books for kids, which is what I've always wanted to do. And sometimes the imposter syndrome is so massive. That has veered off your question. The question is, do I think I draw better? I think I improve. Keeping characters on model is a tricky one. I try to design, like, again, Super Unicorn Princess, I never thought was going to be my first book, right? So when I designed her, I didn't care if she was harder to draw over and over again. I do really like drawing her, though. I wouldn't have given her a rainbow horn, probably, because that's just annoying when it comes to color it now. And also drawing the horn at different angles is a pain in the butt sometimes. I try to keep my character design simple if I know I'm going to be doing something with them. Because of the fact that you have to draw them hundreds of times, if not thousands. So what was the question? Yeah, so yes, but keeping them on model is always hard. I feel like Robogoon, this guy, who I made the simplest character, is the hardest one I find to keep on model. And I specifically designed him to avoid that problem, and it backfired. I think you can get away with more, possibly when it's not a simpler shape, because when it is a simpler shape, it's more obvious when it's not a model, maybe? Does that make sense? This is just me talking, man, like, well, that's my channel. So, yes, I think it improves my skills, and I'm always learning stuff, and I'm always taking inspiration from other artists. I mean, like, I've got some awesome artists that are in my Discord, link in the about page of my Twitch. I've got awesome artists that come and join in on these streams, and ones that follow me on Instagram and other social medias, and I don't know, I hope when you look at my stuff, especially if you scroll through my Instagram and stuff, that you can see progression. Like, sometimes I sort of go through my Instagram, if I can scroll down far enough, and I'm like, man, I need to remove some of these old posts because they're embarrassing. It's like I don't promote my DeviantArt because I hardly ever use DeviantArt anymore. I never use it anymore, but it's still there, as far as I know. But sometimes I go there just to find reference pictures for old stuff that I'd created. But it still gets followers, and I'm looking at it going, oh, this is terrible stuff. But it's the stuff that got me my original followers and stuff. And I don't know, I've way veered off your question. I hope to be like, oh, yeah, dude, your stuff is good. You don't need, oh man. I started following you on Instagram because I loved your style. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Was there a specific picture? I'm actually always curious about that stuff, and you never really get to ask that sort of stuff. It's really funny what hits as well on Instagram. Like, you look at my follower number and it seems high, right? Like, I'm not arguing that. But then you look at my other social medias and it's not comparable. Like, Instagram is by far where I have the most followers. That doesn't mean I have the most engagement though. And that was all because I posted a picture that I just was doodling at my day job when I had a day job. And I finished that picture and I was like, this is not very good. I'm not going to post this. then I colored it in on Procreate and I was like, nah, it's probably not one that I should post. And then I posted it and then it hit the algorithm somehow. I don't know why, but man, that thing took off. And I started getting all these followers and I was like, what? And I used to be at a perpetual, like, if I was lucky, I could get 200 likes on something. And that was very lucky for me. Very lucky. I always tried to at least try and get 100 or something. And that picture took off. Then I started getting all these followers. And then the next few pictures did even better. And I was like, man, I've slipped into the algorithm somehow. I don't know what has caused it or whatever. And that is to say that, yeah, you never know what's going to hit, because sometimes I spend all this time on a picture, I'm like, man, I really love this picture, I'm really happy with it, then no one gives a damn. And then you put a picture up going, yeah, it's alright, I just need to post something, and that's the picture that hits. Like, I was very confident my Streaky the Super Cat picture was pretty cool, and it did alright, but you know, then you feed the algorithm a Superman picture, because obviously that's what's algorithming at the moment. But you can't always play to trends either, because that doesn't work. So, oh man, I'm rambling. What? Man. Oh man, does that mean I don't follow you back? That's always awkward, because I'm not good at keeping up to date with, like, who's following and not following, and I don't always follow back straight away, and then new notifications bury the old ones and blah blah blah. So sorry. Yeah, it is, man. It's always the ones you spend all the time on trying to get it right. This is the whole thing with my book. Like, I spend all this time being pedantic about stuff that the kids aren't going to notice or care about. And it's the same with feeding stuff onto social media. Like, I really feel like sometimes it's just luck of the draw, man. Like, the picture I posted that I wasn't going to post was a Ghost Rider picture. And I was like, because I liked the head, the Ghost Rider head I'd drawn. I didn't really like the rest of it. And the algorithm picked it up and took it on a ride, man. And that was so crazy, because my notifications just wouldn't shut up. This is not flexing, I'm just saying what happened. And then before you know it, I've got all these followers, and for the most part it didn't like wildly drop off again. It stayed up there, which is, it looks good, but the engagement is not the same. It's just because you've got that many followers doesn't mean they're seeing your work now, and it doesn't mean they're you know, clicking like or whatever. So, well, I don't even know what I was talking about anymore. Oh man, yeah, doom scrolling is the thing, man. I don't know, like, yeah, it's if you're just posting because you want to share art, that's probably the best thing to do. If you're trying to post for engagement or for likes, I feel like that's just pointless nowadays, because unless you're doing, like, on Instagram, you have to be doing reels and you have to be doing this and you have to be doing that, whatever. Then it changes the next week once you start doing that stuff anyway. So it's like, man, you just have to post because you want to post your art, I guess. That's coming from me who does try and think about stuff when I'm doing stuff. It's like Facebook. The only reason my Facebook gets updates is because it cross posts from Instagram, right? Same as Threads. And because I did a live that I included on Facebook, suddenly Facebook's like, oh, we have now given you what did it say? We've increased your discoverability now because you've started doing different stuff like stories. Because I posted a story that says I'm going live, like, and then I had a live on there, and then I probably had a reel that I posted on Instagram, which is Meta or whatever. So now it's like, oh, you're doing different types of content. We are now officially increasing your discoverability. I was like, oh, that's nice. But I don't know. Shoot, I'm going off the rails with my talking. My last post got a decent amount of views only because it was a collab post with my friend. That wasn't much more fun. But see, that's not a bad thing, man. Like I have pages in a DC comic, which I was talking about before when you're on Fortnite. This one, in fact. Because of exactly that. Like, I need a drink. I've been talking so much. Sorry. You know. I did a me and my mate Justin, Tall Boy Shit, if you want to follow him on Instagram. We decided we wanted to do some fan art of WWE wrestlers, and we thought, man, let's help each other out. We'll both do a fan art, and we'll share each other's to our social medias. I can't remember if we only did it on Facebook or if we did it across the board. So we did that, and he was friends on Facebook with Franco, who I was a fan of from Tiny Titans, from his work on Tiny Titans, and but I wasn't a friend of his on Facebook. But Justin was, and when he shared my picture, Franco obviously saw it because I got a he slid into my DMs, as the kids say, but not in that way. Like, he private messaged me on Facebook. I think he followed me first, and I was like, that can't be the real Franco, get real. And then he private messaged me and he says, hey man, I liked your stuff and maybe you'd want to work together on something one day. And I was like, yeah, that'd be cool if you're the real Franco. And also, never going to hear from this guy again, but nice platitude. Then he asked for a Skype call, but he doesn't use, at the time, didn't use video. So I was like, oh, again, not the real Franco. So I started listening to his podcast. I was like, oh man, that does sound like the guy I talked to. So maybe it was the real Franco. But anyway, never going to hear from this guy again. This is all just, he's being nice or whatever. And then just started going from there. It's like, hey, what about this project that I've been working on? Do you want to do this? And we started doing that, and then there were some rights things. Someone brought the rights to it or something. So we had to stop doing it. And then he was looking for another project, and he was like, here's some more of mine, unless you've got something you want to pitch to me. So I sent him a few. He liked Chase Speedington, and that's what I said before. We ended up with Chase Speedington, and he added and brought so much to that project. It's ridiculous. Like, it's totally a co-creation, 100%. I created the character well before that, but that book and that world is like so much more fleshed out and so much like it's a total co-creation. And it led to me getting that 4 pages in the DC book because that was Franco's book, and he was using a whole a group of artists, like a different artist on each story in the book, and he said, do you want to do one? And I was like, yeah, cool man, I'd love to do that. It's DC, but good luck. But their art editors all accepted my stuff and liked my stuff, let me be on the book, all because I drew a picture of The Undertaker from WWE. So really, I guess I have to credit my career, my new career, to The Undertaker. So There you go. Someone should tell him. Maybe I'll get an autograph for my autograph wall. There you go. Anyway, long story short. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly it. You spend all the time on this picture or this piece you really like, but it doesn't hit. And it's not that people don't like it, it's because the algorithm is burying it or not promoting it. Like the first time I tried to do a paid promotion on a post was on Facebook, and I did it wrong. And I boosted the post itself, which got the post a lot of likes, but I actually had meant to boost my page so people would come and follow my page and see other stuff. So I did it wrong, but I just don't do all that stuff. I don't pay for it anymore or anything. Hopefully you like my stuff and you find my stuff, and that's cool, but whatevs. Hopefully doing stuff like Twitch and YouTube streaming and stuff like that, people might stumble across my stream and like my stuff and go and find my social media. But yeah, it's frustrating, man, when you have a piece you're really proud of and you really like and it does nothing. It's frustrating, and even more frustrating when the picture you post just to post something takes off. And it's like, man. But going back to the collab thing, it's not a bad idea. It gets eyes on your stuff. And like I said, it certainly helped me, and it's all thanks to Justin, who I probably should credit more, because he got me in front of Franco. Super Unicorn Princess probably would have happened eventually anyway, just the way it all worked out, how my agent found me and her liking the project and stuff. That had nothing to do with the DC stuff or anything. It was just a nice thing once we had the interview, whether she was going to be my agent or whatever, that I could say, I have actually done something, even though it's not my full-time job. I have this credit. And that comes back to the Justin and Franco thing. So, you know, I'm very thankful to people who help me. And, you know, I was able to help a little bit by, when I did the last issue of Squish and Squash, which is issue 4. The last issue just came out recently of Squish and Squash from Keenspot Comics, which I think is keenspot.com. I was already working on Super Unicorn Princess, and I was just really ready to throw in the towel on that book, but we only had one issue left, and so I was able to go to Justin and say, hey man, do you want to color this book for me? And he did, and that was cool. So now his name's in the book as well, and you know, that's cool. And hopefully I'll be at a point one day, if this really becomes a career and stuff. I'm pipe dreaming, but if hopefully one day I can be at a point where I can help people, assuming my career takes off and my books are popular enough. It'd be cool to pay it forward or pay it back, rather, in this case. So yeah, anyway, whatever. Yeah, I appreciate they've been following me too, man. And I appreciate that you come on all the streams. Like, you've been on like 90, probably more than 90% of them. Oh, that's why I, yeah, the whole AI thing that's a whole other conversation, man. That's, what can you do though at a certain point? You know, like, there are good uses for AI, right? Not art. My washing machine, for example, has an AI setting where it can calculate the right amount of detergent and water level. That's a good use of AI. Making clips out of my long form streams, that's a good use of AI, when it works. But yeah, people feeding our art, to the machine. Feeding of art to Skynet is not cool. That's why a lot of people dropped Adobe products as well. It's why I won't go back to Photoshop, although in saying that, because I want to get more into some animation stuff, and I think I've talked about this with Dove Designs, some of the animation stuff is through Adobe, some of the good stuff. How flexible do you get? How morally flexible do you get? How conscionably flexible? I don't know. Anyway, I bought Moho Animation on the Humble Bundle sale because it was it's usually like $400, probably US as well, and I got it for like 40 New Zealand dollars, so it's like $20 American. It's the pro version, but not the latest version. So I bought it. Now I've realized I really need to get a drawing tablet for my computer, because when I moved to using my iPad exclusively for my comics, I got rid of my Cintiq. So now I'm looking at an X Pen or a Huion, possibly leaning towards X Pen at the moment. If you want to send me a free one to try, there you go. So then I can use those animation programs with that, and also I want to start learning Blender like I've talked about before. I started dipping my toes back into Nomad Sculpt over the weekend. Need to watch some tutorials to catch back up on what I've forgotten since I did it a year ago. But the test pieces I did weren't too shabby. They'll be better once I watch the tutorials again. There's a lot of stuff I want to use on my computer now that would be much easier to use if I had a graphics tablet on the computer. So in future streams there may be like a fundraising goal I have on my screen. But any subs, any bits, any sharing, any sort of monetization, but I'm not going to put ads on for a while, just the pre-roll, because I don't want to annoy people. It's not worth the 4 cents or whatever at this stage. All of that's going to go towards a graphics tablet at this stage, I think. So while not necessary, there is a thing on my Twitch page that you can tip or donate to, but I do not expect it. I do not require it. I just prefer people coming and watching my stuff. That is what I'm working towards now next. And then once I get my comic out of the way, my books, and I have some free time, I'm going to sit down and try and learn some extra skills. I'd love to be able to get to a point where I can do the 3D modeling on stream. I know a lot of people don't do that, probably because it's so time consuming, but you know, you can do one project over multi-streams or whatever. Multiple streams. Anyway, back to the chat. What was I up to? Golly. I've got Clip Studio Paint, but I looked at it and I was like, oh, this looks like Photoshop. There's too many buttons to learn. Ain't nobody got time for that. But I will get there eventually. I've got it on my iPad. But I really want rigging, like bone rigging, so I don't actually have to do frame by frame animation. Have you seen the Wacom PDX stream? Well, I can't go there now that I've just said I'm going to go with those other two. But hey, no, I didn't know about that. But yeah, they'd have to watch my stream to know that I'm streaming digital art, though, right? So that's not going to happen. I'd totally promote someone who gives me a tablet. Are you joking? Like, but good feedback. Oh, primitive bone setting is fine. I'm not fancy. Regardless of what past streams have me singing on the stream. Right, one more panel. That was not the right thing. What happened? So Dove Designs, had I finished Doomsday before you left for Fortnite? Can't remember. Oh, they're not there anymore. Darn. But seriously, if Xpin or Huion or someone was like, hey, you've got a decent amount of followers on Instagram, try one of our things out, and if you like it, promote it. I'll be like, sure thing, man. I'm a sellout. I'll sell out if it gets me tools I need to do my work. That's all good. I have no morals like that. Gosh. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my channel. Do you want to see it? Or do you want to wait till I put it on social media? Dun, dun, dun. Gotta think of what other supervillains to draw. As I say, because I'm seeing Superman tomorrow, and the next stream is the day after that, I'll probably end up doing more Superman art. If I like it as much as you guys and my other online friends who have been singing its praises, I'm sure we've all got the same sort of taste by the sound of it. So I'll probably end up drawing Hawk Girls and Green Lanterns and Mr. Terrifics and stuff. By the way, that Mr. Terrific skin in Fortnite is really awesome. And from what I hear, he's really cool in the movie, so I'm probably going to want him. Because I'm sort of on the fence now. Because he's not like high on my favorite character list or anything. And I'm hoping that, I think there's an update tomorrow or something for Fortnite. Which will bring in like the Fortress of Solitude and stuff, I think. Hoping they're going to drop some more Superman skins. Because if there is a Hawk Girl or a Guy Gardner, I'm buying those. And I don't know if you heard, but before you left as well, Metallica came back to the store. I know we had talked about this before when we were talking about festival skins and celebrity skins and stuff. And I finally plonked down some V-Bucks and got one of the Metallica guys. Because, man, those skins are pretty... They slap, as the kids would say. Or used to say. Do they still say that? I don't know. Supervillain... Well, a Superman supervillain is what I mean. You could draw Guy Gardner as fantastic haircut. I know, right? Oh, well, actually... Does he fly in the movie, by the way? Like, I'm going to see it tomorrow. It's not a spoiler, you can tell me. Does Guy Gardner fly with his ring in the movie? Because I was going to do a Guy Gardner pick, and I had him in a flying pose, and I was like, oh, he might not fly. But this is what I started with. It's very rough. It needs a lot of work. But that's where I started. So here's Doomsday for Dove Designs. He does fly. Okay, cool. I can't wait to see him in the movie. But anyway, here's Doomsday. Hopefully I've left it on screen. He's got to be funny. It's Nathan Fillion, man. That guy is gold. So yeah, I'll get... Hey, look at this. Actually, no, you know what? I can show you the real version. Yeah, boom. Sneak peek of future posts to come. My Super Kawaii series, my ABC of Marvel. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like the Doomsday. This is I'm doing a series. I'm not posting it until I got a bit more under my belt, but an ABC of super kawaii, super cute, diabetes-inducing eye candy superheroes. Mr. Fantastic is lacking a moustache because he should not have a moustache. I feel like Pedro Pascal is like... This is older than me, so it doesn't really date me, but Cesar Romero, who was the Joker in the Batman 66 Adam West TV series, who refused to shave his moustache, so they just put the white face paint over the moustache. I feel like that's Pedro Pascal. He should not have a moustache. I'd rather take the full beard. Didn't John Krasinski have the full beard in Doctor Strange too? when he was Mr. Fantastic. I've lost where I'm up to now. This fella. But you know, this takes us back to the Justice League thing, right? Henry Cavill had his moustache for Mission Impossible, my favorite movie franchise of all time. Couldn't shave it off, and then look what happened in Justice League. And it's like one of the opening shots of the movie too. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was bad. Shouldn't have a moustache. Yeah. When I drew him, he looked a bit, when I drew it, especially because it's in the simple style, I felt it was lacking, especially compared to the other three. But I had to stand firm. He almost had a beard. But was I right in saying that John Krasinski had a beard? I'm sure he did. ZZ Top doesn't count. No, that's true, they're not actors. I mean, I understand the Cavill thing that he was filming Mission Impossible and they needed the moustache, and I think there was a bit of pettiness there, because they were like, it won't look right if we CGI it, which was more than proven when Justice League decided to CGI it out. Holy moly. Yep, the train has left the station again. I don't know what I was talking about. Anyway, yeah, so I did A for Ant-Man. Yeah, I've sort of put that stroke outline manually to make it look like a sticker, I guess. B for Black Widow. C for Cat. That is a template for my next one. D for Daredevil. Probably should have done Doom or someone because I used E for Elektra. And F for Fantastic Four. Justin suggested that one. Tall Boy Ship suggested Fantastic Four. I was going to say no because it was supposed to be one character per thing, but it's topical. And it was fun. And it was fun trying to draw the Thing in this sort of style. That was, yeah. So now I'm taking suggestions for G through Z, as we say over here, not Z. Y will probably be, oh my gosh, Y will probably be Yelena Belova, because you know I love some Yelena. And S for Scarlet Witch, or W for Wanda, I'm not sure yet. W might be Winter Soldier, to be fair, because he's one of my favorites. S will be Spider-Man. Green Goblin, oh yeah, Galactus, but see, I've done D and E, both Daredevil characters. Can I do F and G, both Fantastic Four characters? And also, if I did Galactus in this style, I'd probably just do his head because he's big. Gamora was going to be it. Green Goblin is a good one. No, Tom Cruise, don't have any fake stuff because Tom Cruise is awesome, and I separate the art from the artist. Right? I'm not into all the Scientology stuff, and I'm not into all the couch jumping stuff, but I do love a Tom Cruise movie, and Mission Impossible is my favorite. General Zod is not Marvel, so that won't work, but I will be posting this version of General Zod, which I drew, as I say, with the comic version of his crest shield thing, not the Snyderverse version. So yeah, G. Galactus is a good one. I'm just worried about keeping the franchises going in a row. I don't know. Goblin, yeah. I had another obscure one. X, will I do the X-Men? Will I do X-Man? Will I do X-23? So there's a couple. But yeah, so G is next. Yeah, I almost brought that Green Goblin in Fortnite the other day. If he wasn't so shiny and it looked more like a like a rubber mask, and because it's the design of the comic, but they've made it metallic like the Tobey Maguire movies, which was weird because it was the design from the comics. So had it been more matte, I would have bought that, and I forgot about it and missed it anyway. Z for Zemo is a good one. Ben Grimm is not happening because we already got him, but good try. Yeah, Zemo is a good one, with the purple balaclava mask thing. We need to do G. Guardians of the I mean, I could do Guardians of the Galaxy, but I don't want to do another team one either right now. Yeah, Goblin might be. And then what's after G? E, F, G, H. I should have done Cable for C. Cable, but I did Cable. See, like I did Cable the other day. Oh, S will probably be Squirrel Girl, so W will have to be Wanda, probably. Is that cheating? I don't know. Can't pass up drawing Squirrel Girl. Oh, did I show you also Dove Designs? Oh, Gambit! Man, I don't like drawing his trench coat though. I started doing a Jones. I don't think it's very good. The legs are wonky anyway, but here's my Jones from Fortnite because I did that Kettle Team Leader. I don't know. It needs some work. Q for Quicksilver. That's a good one. Yeah, that is a good one. Gambit is a good one. Ghost Rider. Yes. Hello. Oh, you do like the Jones? Yeah, I wasn't sure. The pickaxe is pretty mid, and yeah, that leg's annoying me right now actually. So it needs to be down a bit like that probably. It's probably just the wrong angle as well. It needs some fixing. Anyway, it's still not finished yet. That's just because I can't really draw guns, so I gave him the pickaxe, but that works because it's Fortnite. Cattle Team Leader had nothing. But you know, she doesn't need it because she's Cattle Team Leader. What are we talking about? Dun, dun, Dr. Goom. I think Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider's a good one. How am I going to do that in that style? That will be interesting. Oh my gosh. Doing a loading screen for Fort. I just unlocked the Jim Lee one, by the way. That's going to be staying on for a while. I feel like it's not his best work ever. I don't even know if he had his normal inker on it. But it's great. It's still good. Did I ever tell you my Jim Lee story on the stream? I don't know if I did. I've told it on a podcast before. But the time I met Jim Lee, that was like my favorite Comic-Con type of moment. Okay, so yeah, Ghost Rider might be the G. Yeah. Printing the alphabet, nah. Well, I can't anyway, they're not my characters, but it would be cool for my office if I, you know how kids' rooms have like an ABC around the skirting at the top by the ceiling, around the wall? That'd be pretty cool. So when I met Jim Lee, he came over as part of, it was still Wildstorm back then, but he had done Hush, the first Hush, so it was a while ago, and he brought over the Wildstorm guys, and they were all really cool. And he was doing free sketches, man. Jim Lee was doing free sketches, and I got a Superman, which is actually, I should find that now. Should be on my Wall of Fame. That wasn't the story. The story was, so he had drawn Hush. In fact, I took my Absolute Edition of Hush to get signed. I ended up getting so much stuff signed by him. And now I'm wondering if this, yeah, it's signed on the inside. Anyway, we were standing in line, me and my mate Brian, and I'd always complained to Brian. Just going to see if I can find the picture for a visual reference. Because it was the cover for the final issue of Hush, I think. Bear with. Oh, this smells so good. Is that weird? Oh, you know that comic smell, man. Was that it? Yep, that was it. Right, so for the final issues of Hush, he did these big gatefold covers, right? Which are like this. Right. So you'd fold. I think it was like a 3 fold out, not just a 2. Anyway, this was the main. Hang on, what side am I on? Yeah, Batman and Robin. That side was the main cover that you saw on the book, I believe. Anyway, if you look at that picture, Batman's cape and Robin's cape are blowing in different directions. Nitpicky. And anyway, I used to jokingly complain about this to my friend Brian all the time. And we're standing in line to meet Jim Lee. And he goes to me, you have to bring it up. I was like, I certainly do not have to bring it up. And because that's Jim Lee, man. What do I know? Jeez. And he said, man, when are you going to get another chance? Just do it. And so I went up and met Jim Lee. He drew me a Superman. He signed my Hush, and he signed, I think I've got the trades as well. He signed those. And I've got a print from he had a comic called Divine Right back in the day. And he signed that print as well. So I've got quite a few Jim Lee things. Flex. And he, and I said to him, okay, what the hell? Is there a reason you drew their capes blowing in different directions? And he jokingly, in a sort of like annoyed tone, but he was totally all good with it. He said, have you ever stood at the top of a skyscraper? The wind blows all around up there, man. So, you know. And then he said, nah, actually it was an artistic decision. Took artistic license because it looked better for the layout of the picture, which makes sense. Because it's a comic anyway, it doesn't have to be, unless you're Alex Ross, it doesn't have to be photorealistic, right? And I was like, cool, that's cool. But look, now I've said it. So anyway, that was that. He had a panel. The Wildstorm guys all had a panel later on, and we went to the panel, and we're sitting there. He's talking. Then he opens up questions, and one person asks him, "Do you ever?" I'm paraphrasing. It was something like, do you know where you've made mistakes in comics, or like, is there art you go back and look at and you're not happy with, and blah blah blah. And he said, yeah, I can usually tell you the issue, the page, the panel of stuff I don't like. And then he goes, you know, some of it's just nitpicky. And then he stops and he looks around and he goes, actually today, this mother bleeper, he said the word, came up to my table, and he looks around and he points to me and goes, there he is. And I was like, oh my gosh, Jim Lee just like outed me in front of all these people for challenging something he drew. And he was totally like good sport and everything. And it was just, that's my most fondest Comic convention memory. I haven't been to Comic Con. Anyway, was that actually that good a story? I don't know. I think it's funny. Yeah. So anyway, and oh yeah, I also did that style with Superman and Crypto. I really like how this Crypto came out, but I didn't think people would dig the picture in general, so I didn't post it. But I really like how Crypto came out on this one, which is then what I modeled for the other picture. Right, oh man. I wish I had that picture of the Undertaker that led to my whole story. I should find that for the next stream. It's on my Instagram, but you know, can't just sit here doom scrolling through my own Instagram, especially it takes so long to load up as well. Do I not have a messenger on here? What the heck? Anyway, yeah, I need a plush toy or something to. I've got my plush shelf over there with all my Stitches and my Bluey, even my Super Unicorn Princess, handmade. A girl I worked with, a friend of mine who sat next to me at my my old job, she decided to take up crocheting as a New Year's resolution. And she made like a couple from patterns. Then she said, I'm going to try and make Super Unicorn Princess. And she did, and it was awesome. So I've got this one-of-a-kind crocheted Super Unicorn Princess sitting up on the plush shelf with Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, Stitch, Bluey. I need a Crypto. I have a jeez, I don't know where it is. I have Snowy from Tintin. I got it at the Tintin shop in Belgium. That was really cool. Tintin and Asterix were my gateway comics, man. When I was the geeky kid in high school who hung out at the library on my lunch breaks at lunchtime and just read Asterix and Tintin, Calvin and Hobbes. The gateway comics for a lot of us, I think. I'm so lost. Before I got into superhero comics. And then when I was in high school, someone gave me these 3 comics, which really got me into superhero comics, which are in this box right here. Let's go find them. Yeah. Maybe, yep, yeah. Dun, dun, dun. These suckers, which is the first appearance of Ghost. Obviously, a different Ghost than in the Ant-Man movies because it's a boy. And I was lucky enough to be able to acquire that set of 3 comics, that little story arc that comes just, I want to say just before Armor Wars, which is a very famous, obviously, Iron Man story arc. And those were like I'd picked up the odd Batman, and so I was really a trading card collector. I used to collect like Marvel Flair Ultra, Spider-Man cards and stuff. Because comics weren't so easy to come by. And then when I moved to Auckland and changed high schools and made different friends who were into comics and stuff, then the floodgates opened wide. Then I went to animation school and there was a comic shop just down the road, and that was at a time when, I'm gonna old myself, Bone was a really, well, still is, but when Bone was sort of a current thing, and Image was a lot younger than it is now, I guess. Then we got stuff like Cliffhanger, if anyone remembers that. Cliffhanger, which gave us the most excellent Danger Girl, or most people's favorite Battle Chasers. In Crimson, of course. That was the first wave. And man, gosh, I love Danger Girl. I really wish a movie had gone forward. They could still do it. They should have done it now while there's a lull in the James Bond stuff. But you really needed Sean Connery. Right, sorry, where am I going? Just subscribed! Oh, dude. Thank you. You did not have to do that. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. H for Hulk, yes. Very likely it will be H for Hulk. Oh, what is the link you sent? If I click the link, I might go to my stream. Hang on, I'll click it. What is... It's a whole lot of characters. Or are you saying to use that to get the... Man, I like Captain America when he's got all that fish scale chainmail stuff. Right, how do I get back to my stream? Here we are. Right, yeah, good. Okay, yep. So, I'm a bit behind now because I was telling stories. So the toys that have come out over here in New Zealand have been pretty lacking. I haven't been able to find the McFarlane ones yet. For Superman, I mean. They've got the Spin Masters one, or whoever's doing the primary, mass market toys. They're alright, and I'll probably have to settle for those for now. I think after the movie I'm going to be going to the shop and buying them anyway. We'll see on the next stream. But I want a plush Crypto, and I want the McFarlane, there's a McFarlane Superman, I think it's called the Theatrical Deluxe Edition, and it comes with Crypto. And I want that. But yeah, I don't know. So I missed my Joe Hendry subscriber alert again. Gosh, what an egg. Oh, we're at 78. How do we get to... Oh. Man, I appreciate you guys more than I can even say. Thank you so much. I'm probably going to draw a lot of Crypto, let's be honest. He's fun to draw. I've sort of nailed how I want to draw him. Him for Madison. From She-Hulk. Haha. Man, she was so good, eh? I need to watch that again. The only thing that puts me off watching that show again is the terribly rushed CGI. No fault of the CGI people. But it really let that show down, and it was really dependent on that show working, I think. But aside from that, it was a fun show. Hawkeye is the most fun MCU TV show, in my opinion. WandaVision is probably the best one. Maybe Daredevil Born Again, but that's sort of cheating because it's coming on the tail of the Netflix show. But Madison was what a highlight. What a good call. But she's not really a superhero though. And I think I have to keep it as mainstream as... See, this is what I'm saying. You shouldn't try and feed the algorithm. But I should try and keep it as mainstream as possible. Because what you don't want is for... How many letters are in the alphabet? 26 or 24? 26. Says the guy who's supposed to be an author. If what you don't want is to have 25, let's say, pictures that do pretty well, and then you've got that one that got like hardly any likes, and it's like the odd one out. Like, dang it. But they need to bring her back into the MCU. That's what they need to do. Why haven't they done... She could have been in Daredevil, man. Gosh. Anyway, rambling. WandaVision set the bar very high, probably too high, but that's the same guy who's making Fantastic Four now, right? So I'm very hopeful for Fantastic Four based on that alone. WandaVision was very much an MCU show. Like, once you got past the first 3 episodes where they were just riffing on like the Dick Van Dyke Show and all those classic sitcoms and stuff, and it became the main show. Once her plane got outed or whatever it was, it's been a while. It became like a real sort of MCU show. Like, it had the superhero battle at the end with Agatha and stuff. And Vision was cool and all of that cool stuff. And it set the bar probably too high. I can't remember what the second show was. But in my opinion, Hawkeye was the most fun of the shows. Oh man, the chemistry between Kate Bishop and Clint. Man, the callback to Avengers 1 and how Kate Bishop sort of chose to take up archery and like hero worship Clint in a way, I guess. Plus we got Yelena Belova in it, so of course I'm going to like it. Plus it was the return or the entry of one of the most under-talked about best castings in comic book anythings, Vincent D'Onofrio as Kingpin, but officially into the MCU. That show had so much stuff. It had the Tracksuit Mafia Bros, Lucky the Pizza Dog. I mean, dude, what? Why isn't it up? It's in my other shop, is it? Bro, what are you doing? Matt Fraction and David Aja's Hawkeye, gold standard comic book right there, man. I've got the trade, but the hardcover collected edition. But oh, there it is, hiding behind. Hey, Cesar Romero's Joker. Wow, that's full circle, man. This Hawkeye run, that gold standard Marvel right there, and a lot of the Hawkeye show came from that. So that's cool. Anyway, what was I doing? Yeah, those first 3 episodes I do really like, especially because I am a fan of the Dick Van Dyke Show and stuff. Yeah, that was weird, man, because Agatha came so long after that. Yeah, we'd had so many TV shows in between WandaVision and Agatha that you sort of forget about that sort of thing. In that first episode of Agatha, I was confused at the start, not realizing they were emulating a police procedural or whatever it was, and copying that same sort of thing from WandaVision. Because I'm slow. Nah, see, I disagree. I have to disagree with you. Sorry. I love Kate Bishop, and of course they're building new Avengers, so she has to be there. But I liked it, and I think Clint was the perfect. That was the perfect role for him in that show as like the mentor, or whatever. And now that he's not coming back for season 2, don't blame him, because from what I read, what he said was Marvel tried to stiff him salary wise. They might still do a season 2 just with Kate, and I was like, okay, that's fine, because you sort of set that up anyway, making her the main character. Plus, we're going to get her in Young Avengers at some point. Although by the time they get around to that, they probably won't be that young anymore. This is my frustration about Blade not being made seeping through. So I forget what we're talking about now. But yeah, anyway. Those early episodes were sent. Oh no, 100%. You had to have those early episodes. And they're not bad. I'm just saying it became more of a. It came more in tone with the MCU movie universe, which is all we had till then. After that, which I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing, but we did get Randall Park in it, and we did get Kat Dennings back from Thor, which was cool too. Ms. Marvel was, I keep forgetting. I really liked that show. That was really fun as well. But you know, people are gonna poop on stuff because they don't like certain things. I love those comics, man. Those Ms. Marvel comics as well. Dang. Agatha was better than I thought it was going to be, and I really liked it. I think there's going to be a season 2 as well, I think. Who knows? They might cut down on the TV shows now. I think they were going to halve his salary, he said, to do the same amount of stuff. Dude got run over by a snowplow, man. Give him a break. We're lucky to even still have him. By the way, if you don't watch it already, Mayor of Kingstown, which is a Taylor Sheridan, the guy who makes Yellowstone, he produces that show. It's Jeremy Renner's TV show. Holy moly, that is a good show. Mayor of Kingstown, highly recommend. It's pretty dark, but man, it's cool. And then... Oh, I like the Marvels too. I mean, the Bollywood scene was random, but I mean, it made sense to what the planet was, I guess. But I liked it, man. I really like how they've done Ms. Marvel, the young one, in the MCU, and they got it really, really close to the books. And I like Brie Larson as Captain Marvel, and we got Monica Rambeau from, or what was her name? Photon? I don't know, I can't remember. From WandaVision. So I think people treated the Marvels a little bit unfairly. I don't think it was as bad as people thought. Certainly not the worst Marvel movie. I would even say I liked it better than Thor: Love and Thunder. But I shouldn't say that on things that live on the internet forever, right? Okay, I'm going to wind up this page, and then I'm probably going to have to wind up the stream, unfortunately, because I'm really having fun on the stream. I hope you are too. I'm loving this chat. This is really, really good. But my kids are home from school, and it is their first day back at school, so I need to see how it was. And just so you know as well, I've because I think I didn't mention it when you guys were on the stream, but I have now finally put some sort of schedule on my Twitch page. I'm going to try and stick to it. I've only put a schedule for the drawing streams, and my plan is to do them Monday, Wednesday, Friday New Zealand time, which is Sunday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night, I think, in American time. But anyway, the Twitch page will show you in your local time when it is. So I'm going to try and stick to those. And then I may just jump on every now and then and do a gaming stream. Because as you know, I'm playing Lego Marvel Superheroes. I'm going to work through that. And when I'm finished it, I'm going to do DC Supervillains, which is basically the DC version of Marvel Superheroes, the game. That'll be next. But Marvel Superheroes is a ginormous game, so it's going to take a while. Whether I just finish all the levels and then go into the next game, or whether I try and do 100% or close to it and replay the levels, I'm not sure yet. But those will be my nighttime. And just when I can and when I can be bothered. But the art ones, I'm going to try and stick to what the schedule says. Unless I like Superman so much that I have to jump on and start like going, oh my gosh. Which is likely. But yeah, I've really enjoyed the stream, guys. I thank you for it. Thank you for the subs. I thank you for the excellent conversation. Hopefully, we can keep growing this community and keep having these sort of conversations. That would be amazing. Right, I think that page... hang on. And she got freckles, because sometimes I forget to draw her freckles in a panel. Usually I do it while I'm inking, so I don't forget, but I found it a couple of times. Where I'm up to, need to see her. Man, honestly, I watched the Marvels once, and I know I did like it, but I haven't rewatched it, and I can't remember what happened now. Oh yeah, binary. It's Monday it's Monday afternoon at 3:36 p.m. Man, I started this at like 11. How long have we been going? Time flies when you're having fun, guys. Oh man, nearly 5 hours. Anyway, so for me, it's the time above my webcam Monday afternoon in New Zealand. End of Sunday for you guys. Came at 1 p.m. Thank you for sticking with me for so long. Thank you for giving me some good chat too. Some good conversation. That was the idea of me starting to stream while I'm doing my work or while I'm drawing in general. Is because I work at home and usually I'm home alone. It's nice to chat to people. That was the original intent of this endeavor. And today was exactly that. That was awesome. So I very much am appreciative of you guys. I hate ending these streams, especially when we're having good convo. But imagine what the stream on Wednesday or your guys' Tuesday is going to be like when I've watched Superman. Oh, we still can't really be spoiler. What is the etiquette, the time frame etiquette on being able to start talking about stuff? Maybe I just have to put in the title. Probably going to be spoilering Superman. Spoilering? Probably going to be having spoilery chat. That might keep people away though. I don't know. Too quick, yeah. I talk too much. See, normally on the stream I think I don't talk enough. Now I think I've talked way too much. I haven't been hydrating either, and I haven't taken a break the whole time either. This is why I had ads on originally, to remind me. Well, one, it monetizes it anyway. Gives me that whole like 2 cents or whatever. But it makes me get up and take a break. But I don't want to really put ads because I think that's going to annoy people more than anything. I feel like the focus should be on building up our community. You know, and then later on maybe looking at that. The pre-rolls are here to say, though, I'm afraid to say. I need that 2 cents towards my next drawing tablet. Unless, of course, we can find someone to give me one. I'm probably full of stories. It's just that I need to be prompted and something sparks something in your mind, you know. I have avoided spoilers so far, and I can't believe it. Any Marvel movie would have been spoiled. Do you know the worst one, before I go, was which MCU movie was it? Was it the Marvels? Which MCU movie had the post-credit scene with Beast? The like the proper comic accurate Beast. Was it the Marvels? It was relatively recent. Yeah. So that one got spoiled immediately by I think it was Andy Park, because I don't think Ryan Mendering would have done it. But anyway, one of those top 2 guys who does all the concept art for Marvel posted his concept art for Beast like immediately. It's like, dude, come on. Yep, see. So I'm super surprised, haha, no pun intended, that I haven't had any spoilers for Superman outside of what's been in the trailers and stuff. So if I can go one more night, you know, with the MCU, with pro wrestling, never could last this long. I'm really, really shocked. So got to give it to the DC viewers for being better. That I think I did start watching a non-spoiler review just to get the general sort of just feeling of what people were like, if they were digging it and stuff. But even then I just stopped just in case. But it's sort of like I'm tempting fate. But I'm so close now. If I can go in fresh tomorrow, I'm going to be so freaking happy. And if I come out of it as positive as you guys, then I feel like the next stream is going to be a good chat. So maybe we just talk about it anyway. It was when the embargo lifted. Someone posted non-spoiler review, so I gave it a go. I only watched a little bit of it. And I avoided all the ones that were talking about how woke Superman is because they don't understand the character. Honestly, man. You know what people those are? Snyderverse. No, I shouldn't be saying this. I don't want to alienate people. There might be Snyder fans that for some reason like my stuff. Unlikely, but here we are. We want to be inclusive. I'm still going to trash those movies, except for Wonder Woman and Blue Beetle. Right, we're rehashing now. Spoil to Endgame. Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the best part, which was when Cap grabs Mjolnir and Avengers Assemble and all that cool stuff. That was the shiz. That was, as the kids used to say. Screen crush. Yep. Yeah. I hate people who put spoilers in the thumbnails because it's like it's not fair. Like you didn't even have a choice. I remember one time I was waiting to watch this pro wrestling event. I think it was like WrestleMania or one of those big ones. And wherever I was watching it, had it up as the thumbnail to watch the show, like the spoiler, like who won the championship. It's like, oh man. Anyway, I can never avoid the trailers. Man, I went to a blind screening. I used to work at a cinema when I was younger, and they had a thing where you could buy tickets for a surprise movie, and you didn't know what it was, but it was something that hadn't come out yet. That's all you knew. Even we who worked there weren't told what it was going to be. I guess only the projectionists knew because there were projectionists back then. We all assumed it was going to be X-Men 1, but no one could confirm it. So we're sitting there in this theater, we're all hyped up, and the trailers come on. And so we get all these trailers, and we're like, good, that rules out that movie, that rules out that movie. Then the very last trailer was X-Men 1. And we were all so deflated because we're like, ah, damn it. Oh well, whatever, we took the gamble. Then the lights went down, and then Patrick Stewart's voice on that opening narration for X-Men 1 started, talking about the X gene. And that was the biggest pop, probably until Endgame when he grabs the hammer, that I remember in a movie. Like, we were just, holy crap, we just got played by having that trailer, and we fell for it. And then it was, which in retrospect is not a great movie, but at the time it was. We didn't have much. I don't think we even had Spider-Man at that point. So we had Blade, which was still GOAT level, but holy crap, that was just such a massive pop in that cinema. Far up. Okay. Gosh. Bad-mouthing Star Wars fans. Well, it depends what the Star Wars fans were talking about as well. I've probably got some unpopular opinions. I like Star Wars though. Okay, I think this page is done. I'm going to upload it. Oops, that's correct. Right, it is uploading. We are done with that page. It was fun after I saw the movie. I need to rewatch those movies. Oh, do I though? Yeah. Those First Class movies were pretty good though. Yeah, a recap's got to be a recap. It can't be a bloody play-by-play. Okay, the page is uploading. I need to hydrate. I need to go and see my kids who are back from their first day of school, as I said. I might even need to go back and reread some of this gold. But, dudes, honestly, thank you so much for jumping on the stream and having an awesome chat. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for the subs. That's so amazing. And I hope you will come back and join me on the next stream, or streams that are coming up. But thanks so much, man. It's been super fun and I've really enjoyed it. And yeah, man, if we can get more people in the chat chatting with each other, that's also cool because we get all these different points of view as well. I honestly don't mind the questions. I love it because it gives me something to talk about. As long as you don't mind my long-winded rambly answers. That's why my podcast I used to have was called The Rambling Geek, because I go off topic. Yeah, really appreciate it. I don't know how to end these things ever, except that to say thank you and quickly load back my my makeshift stream deck. You already follow me on social media, so I don't really need to put that up, but I'll quickly put up this. Yeah, that's where you can follow me if you're watching and you're not part of the chat, who I know you guys follow me already, but you know, you might be watching this on demand later on. You might have just stumbled across the stream at the very end. That's where you can follow me. Otherwise, this was very fun, and now it's time to go. So I will have a good one. Enjoy your guys' night. Thank you for sticking with me so late. Have a great Monday, and I'll hopefully see you on the next stream. Until then, imagine, draw, create, and thanks again.